Okay. So we start with the refuge and bodhicitta, and then we go straight into the Guru Yoga of the White Arm. Okay. So, in the text we've been looking at, these great yogis have been pointing out the importance of non-meditation. This doesn't mean that there is no sitting or no meditation, but it's to direct us towards the source and the site of our own experience. Years ago, Chogyam Trungpa had a book of his poems published, and was called First Thought, Best Thought. And he wrote a short introduction saying that once you start to modify and improve and adapt, you lose the freshness. Trusting spontaneity is absolutely at the heart of both Mahamudra and Dzogchen. So we have terms like yeshe, ye meaning kind of original or from the origin, and she knowing. The origin is always here and now. The ground is showing, and the ground is knowing the showing. So you have awareness and emptiness, and clarity and emptiness. When you have a conceptualization, you have a sense, I am talking, I am thinking, I am doing, but that's a second order interpretation. So the creativity of the ground is showing each fresh moment, which is both bright and clear and meaningless in the ordinary sense of meaning as we understand it, which is an interpretive structure. So in the tradition of the northern treasures in the Nyingmapa, the main text on Dzogchen is called the Gongpa Zangtal. Gongpa means awareness or clarity, or the immediate mind of the Buddha, and Zangtal means unimpeded. It's not stopping to reconsider, maybe I should have done it another way, perhaps I should repeat that. Not at all, it's just flowing right through. So this is also this term we've looked at, sahaj, immediate, spontaneous, direct, unprepared. But this is difficult because we've all been infected with a lot of anxiety about making mistakes. The way to stay safe is to check and double check and look again and maybe ask someone else to check it because I need to be sure. This is life within the duality of self and other, in which, being separated from the environment, I experience myself as an entity. I may have the power of being an agent, the one who does things, who makes them, but it's a kind of lonely positioning, and I'm always open to the finger pointing and saying, you did it, you made the mistake, it's your fault. And we all experience that kind of thing in childhood, and it's very unpleasant. So shame, anxiety, embarrassment, wanting not to be separated from the group, wanting to belong, all these factors are on one level psychological, but they're also impediments to spiritual practice because they remind us review is important. The way to be safe is to make sure you don't make a mistake. Now, you may be absolutely certain you didn't make a mistake, but I would be happy to look at what you do and point out some mistakes. Because someone else's eye is going round behind, you've been sticking it out in the front, and I say, aha, but what about that? What about that? There's always some bugger out there waving a finger at you. You can't get it right. You can please some of the people, some of the time, but you can't please all the people all the time. Now, the name of our founding Buddha is Kuntuzampo, always good. Although he is always good, he doesn't please all the people all the time. Some people say, what about Doji Chan? He is also very important. We are Kajupa, we don't need this Kuntuzampo. Rivalry. Because the mind is always splitting and putting one thing against another, and making hierarchies. First thought, the immediacy of the moment is complete and entire unto itself. And if this immediacy is coming from the ground, articulated into the actual living field, it will be ethical. If the immediacy of the thought is an impulse arising out of your karmic structure, it's probably not going to be ethical. There's a big difference. So if you find the open ground of awareness, you can trust it and be at home in it, and awareness is doing the work, and gradually the ego identification thins out. But if you start it from the position, I am the doer of the deed, because this I connects into all kind of habit formations and likes and dislikes, the false ground of ego identity will diminish the connectivity of your performance, of your behavior, because it will be coming from here to there. With the open ground, subject and object arise together, but if you arise as the subject, you're already displaced from the field and from the other, and so from this narrow basis you try to work out what's the best way to behave. You could be selfish. How should I behave to ensure the best outcome for me? Or I could be altruistic. How should I behave in order to achieve the best result for other people? But either way, there's quite a lot of thought. So, artifice, construction, contrivance, formulation. There's so many words like that in the Tibetan text which are pointing to the danger of having a thought-based participation in the world, as opposed to having an awareness and clarity-based participation. What arises, as we had some sense of with the practice we did last night of Padmasambhava, everything which arises is the body of Padmasambhava. Means this is the Nirmanakaya, this is appearance and emptiness. All speech is mantra, means it is protecting the mind by being non-referential. It doesn't refer to anything. Om Ahum Benza Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. This is the mantra of Padmasambhava. Who does it point towards? Padmasambhava. Can you find Padmasambhava anywhere as an object? No. It doesn't exist as a thing. It exists as a moment of interaction. In the first part, you're praying to Padmasambhava, then you become not different from Padmasambhava, then you say the same mantra as Padmasambhava. It's showing that whether the focus is on the object or the subject, both are illusory forms which are everything, every thought, feeling, sensation, everything in the mind is a movement in the mind of Padmasambhava. Just rainbows and clouds moving in the sky without substance. Non-referential. As soon as you start to think this is, or this means, or he's talking about, or I am like this, I've always been like this, these formulations seem to be referring to some inner essence, some graspable formation. Something. But the image itself, the arising formation, is empty. It's non-referential. its very openness, the very generosity of its lack of definition, of course, can perversely seems like an invitation to fill it with your own interpretations. So, the Belgian painter Magritte said, "Visible things always hide other visible things, but a visible image hides nothing." That's a very interesting formulation. That when you look at, say, at a Magritte painting, if you just close your eyes in front of it and open them and you have the immediate impact, ooh, what is it? That's up to you to tell the painting what it is. Painting's not telling you at all what it is. No painting is telling you what it is. You go to a portrait gallery that's full of images of people and you say that is a painting of ... No, it's not. It is an image. It is the artist's image. If you see it as it is, it's just marks on canvas. It's shape, color, just that. We make it referential by our mental things. So, you could say the primordial artist is the ground. The ground is always showing image or pattern or this. What is it? That's what the ego does. The ego turns it into a formulation. Does the image need our interpretation? No. But we need our interpretation. The interpretation seems to be about something, but it's actually functionally self-referential. By having my thoughts and feelings about the image, I am confirming my sense as an agent of meaning. And that meaning is the meaning of dualistic consciousness. You apprehend an entity and develop thoughts about it. So it's very, very important to open yourself to the immediate freshness of the situation. Just this, just this. And whenever you find that you're adding one thought onto another, a linked interpretation, a narrative about something, try to catch the freshness of that, because it's not a bad, negative contaminant. It's not poisoning anything. What it's doing is layering. And the more it layers, the less you see. So, Salome was supposed to have done the dance of the 7 veils. As gradually, it's like a kind of burlesque routine. The first stripper in known history. And as she removes these veils, these gauzes around her, gradually the form of her body is seen. It's the same with the mind. We wrap ourselves in this clothing of interpretation, and we think we need the clothing because we don't want to be naked. But if you are naked, then you're naked. And then you start to feel the freshness of the body. You feel the wind a bit more. You have an unedited, uncooked experience of the situation. So all these texts are going in that direction. Don't accumulate thoughts. If you stay with the thought, it arises and vanishes. When the texts are talking about self-arising and self-liberating or self-vanishing, it is the ground that is the source of the self-arising, and the ground that is the recipient of the self-vanishing thought. It arises and it goes. This is all your experience. Eating your breakfast, putting the spoon in the bowl, stirring your coffee, whatever you're doing, there is movement in relation to other movements. There's articulation. if you stay with the lineaments, with the shaping of the actual situation, it moves very well. There's nothing much to think about. There is a simplicity to how it is. Having an opinion about it is an unnecessary extra. So, according to this tradition, we should try to avoid that. So now we look at this short text by Krishnapa, sometimes called Krishnapada, sometimes called Nakpopa. It's on page 35 in the English edition. He says, I pay homage to the effortlessly presencing original essence. So, the open ground of everything, the mind itself, or the Dharma Dhatu, the Dharmakaya, presents effortlessly. We are here moment by moment. So always in these texts they're saying, be careful of hierarchy and projection. If you believe that the Buddha is somewhere else, you're in trouble. The Buddha is better than you, that's a judgment. But we know the Buddha is better than us. How do you know that? Somebody told you. You believed it. The Führer is better than you. Joseph Stalin is better than you. Many people believe these things. That's a projection. It's an idealization. It is an absenting of one's own integrity. It's a fragmenting of oneself and projecting the best bit of oneself into someone else. And if you do that, you will not be whole. Don't split yourself, don't break yourself. It doesn't mean idealizing yourself. You're neither idealizing self nor other. You're simply being with how it is. And how it is that the original essence, which means emptiness, shunyata, there from the very beginning, never changing, is effortlessly presencing. That is to say, it's hlundrup, it's showing itself. Primordial purity and effortless display are inseparable. So the text has two parts. The first is ending limitation of the view, meditation, conduct and result. And then secondly, the unobstructed, incalculable original essence. So in the first part, he's ending the limitation of the view. That is to say, you can learn many different Buddhist views, and you can believe in them and study them and build up a body of knowledge of them. But because you're formulating them conceptually, that position view is itself inseparable from limitation, because you know something and you practice something and you do something. So always when we're sitting, we offer ourselves into the unborn openness and dissolve our own positioning in unborn openness. Unborn openness is no position, but we ourselves experience ourselves sitting here, looking in this way, I'm going to do the practice, I'm going to do that. These are all formulations. Like when you are working with the clay and the molds, the clay has a great potential. If you take the clay in your hands, you can start to mold it in different ways. But we have these metal molds, so we press the clay into the mold and you get a replicating image. So that's neurosis. You have certain molds in your mind, certain habit formations, and you take the ever-fresh moment and you press it in the mold and, I'm still me. Or you can take the clay and do all sorts of things. There is no limit to clay. None. You can make it thick pots, thin pots, smear it on your face. You can do all sorts of things with clay. It's the ground, it's the earth, of course, on one level. So the limit of the clay is the limit of your mind. Just in the same way, the limit of your mind is the limit of your view. If your view is over-conceptualized, it will predispose you to position yourself in a way. So when we do the we're just saying we're releasing and then we're just here. Who's here? Just here is just here. Nobody's here, but here is not dull. We haven't gone unconscious. There is a bright here-ness. So he says, worldly beings develop arrogance on the basis of diverse scriptures and analysis, and claim to have entered emptiness. There being no error, there is no entry. Everything is always in emptiness. So you can't enter into the state of awareness. You have never been out of the state of awareness. You've been asleep in the state of awareness, but you haven't gone anywhere else. There is nowhere to go other than here. Here is where it has always been. When people are on the point of committing suicide, they can't bear to stay awake or alive or in touch with anything any longer. Very often, use alcohol to dull the situation, and they might take pills, or they might cut their wrists in the bath. All sorts of ways you can kill yourself. The person has come to a conclusion about who they are. This is something very terrible. Because if you talk with people in that state, you, as the outsider, can be in touch with their potential, but somehow they've gone into this dark, tightening vortex in which they cannot see any way out. It's useless. This can happen in a social sense, as we know in many cultures. If women, especially young girls, are raped, they try to kill themselves. They throw themselves down the well. When the war of liberation was on for the formation of Bangladesh, what was now West Pakistan, and the Pakistani soldiers raped many, many girls. And there were so many bodies. The girls hung themselves from their saris, from the tree branches, threw themselves in the well, threw themselves in the river. Because having been raped, having lost their virginity, they couldn't get married. So you have a whole mental structure. My life is ruined. There's nowhere to go. And then they went towards death. It's unbelievably tragic. But you see the logic of that. The whole potential of life is collapsed into one little frame. My value, my dignity, my worth is my virginity. So you can build a whole edifice like an upturned pyramid. It can be resting on one point, and all the expansive potential is collapsed onto that point. This is why it's always important to be clear about the view, that you don't overinvest a narrow formation. So he's saying that if you build your understanding on the basis of analysis and you don't bring that into direct experience, then there's a problem, because you're always trying to get to the truth, which, like the horizon, is always receding as you move towards it. And he says, emptiness is also empty due to emptiness. Emptiness is empty, is empty, is empty, is empty. As soon as you try to kind of pin it or nail it or say something definitive or feel you've experienced or that you're moving in it, your conceptual understanding is itself empty. So why are you trying to add emptiness to emptiness? Why would you try to add space to space? It is. But I want to be sure that I've understood it properly. Maybe I'm misleading myself. And then you have this terrible situation that the more I try to analyze and make sure that I haven't gone the wrong way, I'm going the wrong way by my anxious analysis. You have to trust that when you relax and open, it's open and everything is arising in the openness. So last night when we did the Padmasambhava practice and we become Padmasambhava, now everything that arises is the form of the Guru. So you look around and you see people, you see the tent, you see the electric lighting and so on. I see these things, I don't see the Guru. Now you can see why I'm old and tired. What you see is, what's it called? Light. You see light, you imagine substance. You imagine long-haired people here, short-haired people. You imagine the plastic tent, you imagine the electric light. This is interpretation. The eye only sees light. The ear only hears sound. It goes in the ear. Light doesn't go in the ear. Or if it goes in the ear, it's not doing anything. So it's very important to be aware of how your senses are. It's not that you shouldn't know that you're in a tent. That would be crazy. But that is an interpretation for consciousness to stabilize the situation by relying on the patterning of concepts is fine. That's what consciousness does. This is movements of interpretation. So just as the wind blows in the sky and it comes to the trees and the trees move and bend and the leaves flutter, so the energy of potential moves in the mind and patterns of concepts move around and it appears like you're making sense of something. Thoughts come and go. You come to a conclusion, the wind blows again, oh, another conclusion. So yesterday I had my soup, I had a conclusion, I need something more. I got up, I looked at the table, all this bread and cheese, and another conclusion arose, no thank you, which is very good for my weight. So the first thought was not the fresh first thought, it was a habitual thought, I need something more. Kind of familiar with that idea. But on encountering the generous teaching of the world of cheese, I thought, oh, enough. So unstable. If you observe your own existence, you find this going forward, going back. We are pulsatory creatures. Inner winds are blowing, outer winds are blowing. So that's what he's pointing to. Emptiness is itself empty, empty, empty. Everything which moves in the sky, if it's part of the sky, has the substance of the sky. And these ideas were formulated before they had aeroplanes. Nowadays we have different evidence. But when the wind moves in the sky, it seems to be inseparable from the sky. So when we think of the five elements, we have space, wind or air, then fire, then water, then earth. These are a flow of formations of the potential energy. So, when there is uncertainty, the three middle elements, the wind, the fire and the water, they are always moving and shimmering, or they at least have the motility, the potential for movement. The earth is stable in a kind of dull way, and space is stable in an unborn way. If we don't access the stability of space, and we're a bit wobbled by the changeable situation, we move towards holding on to earth. This is what grasping at an inherent self is. The inherent self, I exist. This is a kind of energetic form of earth. It's a solidification. I exist, I am me, I have always been me, I am enduring, in the same way that we see a stone as enduring. Of course, we are actually water, because we're changing with events, and we have lots of fluctuations of emotions. We're a little bit like fire, and we're fairly unstable, so we're quite like wind, but we can't find space. So that's what he's saying, you know. Emptiness is empty, is empty, is empty. That is actually the ground of your experience. Space is the openness within which these other formulations and potentials display themselves. So we do the 3R and we open in the space, and then all kind of things are coming and going, moving in space. The emptiness of the space is not compromised by movement. But if you formulate your sense of self as a pseudo-earth, as a pseudo-fixed entity, then movement will be very upsetting for you. People will look at you in a way and you'll think, why are you staring at me? They'll say things you don't agree with. Now you feel a bit upset inside. Will they be having a party or not? When is the party going to end? Who wants to go to the party? I don't want to go to the party. Do you want to go to the party? Well, because now there's something to chew on. Party. Whose idea was it anyway? You why did you? You can see how this is the movement of this restless commotion. And if there is a self, it feels turned this way and that, rising up, victory and success, falling down, nobody likes my idea, hopes and fears. Empty is empty is empty, nothing to catch, no catcher. Who is the catcher? The wind. What is caught? The wind. It's always vanishing. You the catcher, I'm certain, I don't want that. It's just like a puff of wind. Gone. So he's saying, observe yourself, observe the world. The world is showing you how it is. You are imagining that it is as if. It is the way I think it is, the way I believe it is. Awaken from the dream of fabrication by by opening yourself to how it is. Being without birth, it does not give rise to birth. So, the example we've used before for this is the mirror is empty of self-substance. Nobody has ever seen the mirror as mirror. The mirror doesn't have a mirrorness inside it. In a traditional sense, you could say the mirror is unborn as mirror. It ceaselessly gives birth, if you like, to reflections, but because the mirror is unborn, the reflections in their showing, which appears like a birth, is actually unborn. Like a mirage or a rainbow or the image of the full moon in a pond on full moon night. You see something and it's there and it appears to be born, but it's an image, it has no truth to it. Like Marguerite is saying, the image has nothing behind it, but the interpretation of the real, the mental formulation of the real, that seems to have substance. And this is unbelievably strange. This is a very, very, very strange idea, that what is real is imagined. Reality is imagined. What is not imagined is just this, inexpressible. What would you do with that? Put that on your job application? You sound nuts, you sound crazy. Nothing is real. What is real? Nothing. But it's not even real. Reality means thingness, rest. There is something born. Nothing is born. So whether you're in the general Theravada Buddhist view, or in the Mahayana view, or the Tantric view, or the Mahamudra or Dzogchen view, everything is illusion created by juxtaposition of patterns or the unborn display of the ground. This is not something to believe, this is something to check out. Is it true? If you believe what these books say, then it won't do you any good. Beliefs come and go. They're not stable, they're not reliable. But if you taste it directly, when thoughts arise in your mind, and you become involved in the thought, it is as if there is something there for you to catch. So you pursue the thought. The first thought has already gone. You're generating a pattern of interpretation on the basis of something that has vanished. How has it vanished? It just vanishes. Thoughts arise and they vanish. Why don't they stay? Because they're not born. They're not born. To be born means that the baby comes out of the mother's body, the umbilical cord is cut, and this baby is now an autonomous entity. It's given a name, it's registered with the state, there's a birth certificate. Existence. This baby exists. Whether it lives for a day or 100 years, it exists. It is born out of. It has come out from. That's the meaning of birth here. When he's saying it's unborn, it means it remains within the field of unbornness, within emptiness. We are apparitional forms. Clearly we've got hands and noses. I'm talking just now. The words come out of my mouth as a vibration and dissolve in the air. Hello? Hello? Sound is vanishing. Walking is vanishing, otherwise you wouldn't be progressing. Maybe if you go to the gym and you walk on a treadmill, you're walking without going anywhere, but generally speaking, there's a movement involved in walking. Everything is like this, and like this, and like this, and like this, and each of these moments appears, but its appearance in emptiness, the appearance of emptiness. It's insubstantial in the sense of not having an internal essence, and yet here it is. So this is, you find this everywhere. He's pointed to this again. Don't separate arising from its ground. Don't separate sound from silence. Don't separate a thought from your mind. When we were looking with the 5 questions, does the mind have shape or color? Does it stay somewhere? And so on. This is all to give you the direct clarity. Oh, my mind is not a thing. I am not a thing, and yet here I am. I am the unborn appearance of the mind. This is also called the Dharmakaya. So he's saying the same again. Then he says, all of that is false. There is no essence to such going, changing and healing. Whatever one might imagine to be occurring is false in the sense that it's not what you think it is. It is as it is, but what you make of it is not it. What you make of it is you. So, what did you think of the porridge today? Something there in a big pot, you put some in your bowl, put some apple with it or something. Oh yes, it's like this. Something you see, what do you see? Porridge? No, you see this kind of sludgy stuff. No, we call it porridge. If you pay too much attention to the colour of it, you think, whoa, what is that? Oh, it's porridge. Oh, well, that's okay then. The thought is reassuring. It's an appearance for the eye, then appearance for the nose, then appearance for the mouth, and then disappearing. It's a sequence of transient arisings. And when it's in your mouth, as it first comes in, it's spreading inside your mouth, and then you're chewing a little bit, but it's difficult to chew because it doesn't have much substance. It's mixing with the saliva, and gradually it's going over the back of your throat and down and away from the arena of ordinary sensation. Later you may have some proprioception as your swollen belly tries to cope with too much food. Each of these is a transient experience. So when he's saying false, he's not saying it's wrong and you're stupid to believe that this is happening. He's saying stay with the immediacy of it, because this is the mystery of existence. It's the absolute paradox. This is not anything except this. When you interpret it, you add concepts, associations, memories, plans onto this, but this itself is up and gone, up and gone. You put the porridge in your mouth, you say, what does it taste like? If we take the like out of that sentence, what does it taste? It tastes, can't say anything. But if you say, what does it taste like? The like is wonderful because it's already a little bridge out to other tastes, to other sensations. And then you start to formulate something. But in itself, as it is, it just is. Undeniable. Something's in your mouth. What is it? Well, what is it like? Takes you. Inexpressible. You hear some music. Inexpressible. You hear a sound. It's a play. That's a concept. This life without interpretation is quite strange. It's strange because it's fresh. It's very nice. When you go for a walk with a 3-year-old, it's very slow. Not only do they have small legs, but they're very curious about everything. They want to stop, and then they're looking, come on, I've got to get to the shops. No, they're very interested. So this is your chance to get younger. Imagine the skin of a 3-year-old. No cream can provide this, ladies. In an instant of meditation, oh, I'm so sensitive, this is gorgeous. Life is so surprising. Because you don't know what it is. You don't need to know what it is. Only rarely do you need conceptual interpretation as a vehicle for linking. A lot of the time, you can just stay with the freshness. Because then you experience receptivity. And if you have receptivity, all this is given to me, all this is arising, then you might have gratitude. And gratitude is a very useful dissolver of the castle of the self. Because you realize, I am a recipient. This is coming to me. So rather than stabilizing a pseudo-earth element as I exist, I am, I'm so grateful. It comes in. It's very lovely. So whether you're saying whether you're going or you're changing or you're healing, these are all processes without any essence of their own. Whatever the intellect develops thoughts about is mere thought and not true awakening. The door to freedom is not made by thought. You cannot think your way out of samsara. Now, when we meet together, we have lots of thoughts. We look at texts, we review things, we try to analyze or understand the Dharma. But that's simply to try to have a massage that will allow us to let go of it. It's a homeopathic approach. You're using Dharma thoughts to dissolve the solidity of neurotic thoughts, karmic thoughts, habitual thoughts. And when you've used the Dharma thoughts to dissolve them, you dissolve them. So you become Padmasambhava and then you dissolve Padmasambhava in space. You use the imaginal identity with the illusory form of Padmasambhava to thin out, to deconstruct the seeming solidity of yourself, and then it's dissolved. Then open. So, the idea that I am doing this becomes replaced with the idea I am making use of the form of Padmasambhava, and I'm very grateful. So devotion links me to Padmasambhava, who is my own potential return to me. Padmasambhava is your true identity, and if you relate to your true identity, gradually your false identity falls away, and your true identity is inseparable from emptiness. And so then you have spaciousness, and then you manifest according to situations, without reification. But he's saying that when the intellect develops all these thoughts and they're believed in, he says, due to this, the sickness will return again fully. That if you rely in a dualistic way on Dharma, if you build it up and you become a kind of Dharma scholar and you score points and you want to criticize the Gelupa's understanding of Kala Chakra, for example, this is sickness, this is duality in another form. Even although you're using holy words, the fundamental structure has not been adopted. So, I am the thinker of my thoughts. This is imprisoning. These thoughts are important. This is my view. All of these positionings, if they're gestures of connectivity in the moment, they may be useful if they dissolve without a trace. It's the dissolving without a trace that is important, because it's the traces, the subtle trace, like we looked at the smell of the musk pod. If there's something lingering in the air, which is the trace of I am subject, this is object, then this leads to a solidity on which you easily fall into further reification. So now he's dealing with ending limitation of meditation. Conceptual thought is itself delusion. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't have thoughts. You can't stop having thoughts. It's if you believe that thoughts are a vehicle for truth. There are many people who believe that putting a syringe with heroin into their arm is a path to happiness. Now, they know that they feel very sick. They know that when they gouge out, they're not much good company. They know that they get infections. They know that their veins collapse. They know that they can overdose very easily. They know that they can, they're weakening their immunity and so on. But the conceptualization is this is a means to happiness. In the face of all the evidence, the conviction, I like doing this, continues. So it's a similar thing with concepts. When your mind is relaxed and open, even if you're just walking on the hill, and the sun's shining and you see all the shapes, you're not, perhaps not thinking too much. The mind gets a little bit more spacious. It's very nice. And then you come back and you get chatting with someone, you get into a more dense toing and froing conversation, and there's a thickening of conceptualization. Why would I want to do that? I know how to do it. I've done it a lot. Feels like me. And it's the feels like me which is the basis of attachment. In Buddhism, they're always saying attachment is the source of suffering. Attachment is the desire for repetition. It's a repetition compulsion that says this formation is a map of me, and therefore I have to sustain it, and I have to impose this map on the territory. Because it's important. So, I remember when I was a student in Edinburgh, we're sitting up at night, talking and smoking cigarettes. 2 o'clock in the morning, the cigarettes run out, you get up, you walk about 2 miles to get to a machine on a wall, get more cigarettes, come back. Need a cigarette? Need a cigarette. Who needs a cigarette? Don't need a cigarette. I do need a cigarette. And that, when you have that feeling, it's propulsive. And off you go. I don't mind. But it's raining. Oh, I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't care. Need a cigarette. The blind intensity of that is easier to recognize with outside phenomena like alcohol, heroin, food, and so on. People who are bulimic feel this absolute necessity to eat more. I must have. They go into a kind of fugue, this disconnected, disordered state of absolute necessity. They're under the power of a Mara, under the power of a demon. But it feels real. So that's what he's saying about concepts. We are all addicted to concepts. It's a subtle addiction, but it's the addiction which maintains this rehab unit of samsara. Out there in the village, people are addicted to concepts and they don't even know it. We at least have come to the rehab. We're trying to do a detoxification. Not an easy process. What's wrong with concepts? They're like a veil between you and the world, the freshness of the world. So again, if you go back to the sense of going for a walk with a 3-year-old, they're not very established in language. They're seeing lots of things that they can't name. And very often the parent will be helpful in saying, oh, that's a butterfly. That's a rose. Do you want to smell the rose? For the small person, it's not a rose. It's this. And we help them to apprehend the world, to take hold of it by the added value of being able to name and identify and then compare and contrast. Which horse do you think is the big one? Oh, that one. Yes, that's the big horse. Big and small, fast and slow. Child abuse. Or maybe not child abuse, but Buddha abuse. How to turn a Buddha into your child. We all have to go through that process. But if you have some bodily memory of that, of very fresh moments, maybe on the beach as a little person running along the beach and just shimmering light, that's still there with you. The fresh moment and the cooked moment, the veiled moment. So that's what he's saying. It's not, you do cooking, but cooking is compassion. Wisdom is fresh, compassion is cooked. You know? You prepare connectivity. You bring connectivity into a relation by formulating yourself in a way that's likely to have optimal contact with the other person. Wisdom is free of that. So when you unify wisdom and compassion, then the moves that you make in relating to different people emerge because of the connectivity in the field. So if you're talking with a very old person or a sick person or a young person or a teenager, whenever you're dealing with a person, if you see them, if you get the energetic feeling, a kind of, not just an empathic attunement, but a somatic attunement, you get a sense of them, this will formulate, without you having to conceptualize it, this will formulate how you speak with them. You come into that connectivity. That is, the field is already connected. Subject and object are non-dual. So if you relax into the ground, that immediate non-conceptualized formation arises. Musicians can experience that, where the thing comes together. But what has been very beautiful for me is seeing how you have been collaborating in the work around the kitchen. There's no one blowing a whistle, there's no big boss. People see what has to be done, or there's minimal direction, and because there's a willingness, the activity forms around the task. So you come away from a top-down hierarchical imposition, and people are trusted to be embodied in their senses, and you see what has to be done and you do it. And it's very sweet to observe. I imagine it's quite sweet to do. So, the object and its knower are both unreal. Unreal means not an entity. They are arising. Remember, we're always on the middle way. The middle way is between the extremes of permanence and nihilism. There is something, but it's not a thing. You can't say it's nothing at all, and you also can't say that it's strongly real. It's unreal. It's illusion. Impermanent and false, they lack truth. A mirage is something you see. If you can't see it, go to an optician. You see the mirage, and it's false. It's not water, but it is a mirage. It is a mirage. It's impermanent. It arises due to causes and conditions, the speed of the car, the hot air from the sun, the refraction of the light through the shimmering air. Therefore, they are the path of delusion. They're delusion if you believe in them. Delusion means believing that an illusion is real and true. That's water. No, it's a mirage. If you continue to insist that it's water, you are deluded. It's a very terrible thing to be deluded. If you suffer a psychotic delusion, you are hallucinating or imagining that something is the case when it isn't, and that's tragic. It makes a big hole in your life. So to recognize there's a delusion is to be able to see, oh, I am adding value to the illusion, but it's not a healthy value. The value I'm adding is solidification. It is as if there is a solid substance there. That's my projection. So you go to the art gallery, you go into the room where there's portraiture, paintings of people. Paintings. You look, color, you see the texture. If it's oil paint, you see they've put it on thick or thin, they've perhaps thinned the color with oil, they've maybe done a glaze at the end. There's all kind of artistic techniques which are there, you can see. What is it? Who is that? And then you look at the little thing underneath, it says Mary Magdalene, she lived and she did, and so on. This is a picture of her. That's a concept. That's a delusion. This is a picture. This is color and shape. It's not a picture of anyone, except if you believe the concept. So the immediacy of what you see, the immediacy of the impact of what you see, is covered over by the concept. And this is tragic. When I was working in art therapy, I did some research sitting in the National Gallery in London, watching people coming up to look at paintings. And they would come up, and they look at the painting, they step back, they're going away, and then they look at the label, and then there's a name they recognize, so they come back and they look at it. There must be something in there. I can't see it. Oh, it must be. It's hidden in there. So they were glazed. They were non-receptive to the image, but they were receptive to the idea of the image. And that shows us the power of the delusion of conceptual identification. You don't trust. If you don't like it, it doesn't matter who the hell it's by. It doesn't matter. You look, not for what? Oh, but that's special. I didn't know Cézanne painted in that way. Oh. Concept. Adding value. Is it adding value? So the initial response is maybe quite valid. It's a great thing if you can go into an art gallery, look at 3 paintings. It's enough. It's wonderful. You walk down a long hall, you go, oh yeah, all this stuff. Aha, my friend. Because that's one you can receive. The rest is, for you, de facto rubbish in this moment. Another day, it might speak to you, but today it doesn't speak to you. You're in touch with that. You go to the market, you look at the vegetables or the fruit or whatever. Oh, I'll have that one. Today, it speaks to me. Or do you have a shopping list? Have a shopping list. So we have neurotic shopping lists. We have neurotic agendas which bend or distort our relationship with the world. It becomes mediated. So Mahamudra is concerned with unmediated or immediate or direct or spontaneous or intuitive presence. So again, it's not that the concepts are wrong, but the concepts are useful for certain purposes. So if you overuse something because you start to become addicted to it and you want it operating inside your embodied system, it becomes unproductive. Children, if they get a chance, will eat a lot of sugar. It has an impact on them. They get a sugar rush. They want it. Their tongue is particularly sensitive to sweet tastes. It's not so good for them, but they know it's good for them. So in a case like that, trusting what seems to be true is not true, and then you have to give them a conceptual break on the desire to have more. They don't know when to stop. Now, that's because they're falling into the sugar. That is a merged experience. When I was a kid, every now and then we would go to a little ice cream place and you would get a milkshake with ice cream in it. You poke around the ice cream and it dissolves in. Then you have the straw. The eyes close and strawberry flavours coming in and in and in. And then you hear the devil laughing. It's all gone! It's all gone! That immersive experience is just glorious, isn't it? Oh, drowning in it. Impermanent. So that's the problem. It's not that the child is present with the immediacy of it. They have given themselves into it. They are lost in it. So the middle way is neither merged nor avoidant. It's with. So when we are present with things, there is a natural balance inherent in it. Okay, time for a break. Okay. So, it looks like all our prayers about global warming have been successful. So we're thinking about possible dates for next year and announce them soon, and maybe shifting the structure a little bit. It seems that these sessions of an hour and a half are a bit long. In the book, the collected works of Siya Lama, when he was writing about life in the monastery, he said that in the teaching season, when the outer activity of the monastery wasn't strong, the teachers would teach until they stopped teaching. 4 hours, 6 hours, they just keep going. And he said, you know, when he came to India and he was teaching in the university, and they have these very short sessions, he said, how does anyone learn anything? Big difference. We don't give much time. I don't know how many people here have actually read this whole book beginning to end. Do you sit in the evening reading it and going over what we've done in the day? We're not very good at learning. It's just a fact. Then you don't know. As we know, Tibetans memorized hundreds of pages of text. They had them inside themselves. We have them on the bookshelf. So that's something to really be thoughtful. If you want to really understand this, you have to work hard at it. Come up with questions, try to get some clarification and read other books about it. It's a proper study thing, it's not an optional extra. So, I'm happy to do what I can to support learning, but if you're the learner, you have to learn. It takes a lot of effort. Remember the 3 pot faults, because they're absolutely basic. You know, if the pot is turned upside down, nothing will go into it. So when we're unavailable, when we're distracted, when we don't think it's important, when we think we don't need it, then nothing comes in. Or we're like a pot with a hole in it. We hear all these things, but they drain out of us. And when you go off in the lunch break, you're just gossiping about this and that without any insight into the process of speaking and sitting and eating. Possible. Getting lost is easy. We're used to being lost. So probably we have to take every opportunity to be awake, mindful and present. And the third potfall is the big one for us. If you put new food in a pot with old rotten food, it will be spoiled. So we have had a lot of years of education in materialistic visions of the world. Matter is neither created nor destroyed. Maybe. So on the basis of a scientific view, there are all kinds of assumptions which become axiomatic, unexamined. They are the building blocks of how we see the world. There's a lot of beliefs that are around, whether you're communist or fascist or neoliberal, democratic, whatever position you take up, you have a reading of the human condition. And these readings have absolutely nothing to do with the Buddha Dharma. Absolutely nothing. So, how do we make sense of the world? How do we attend to the world? This is what's called the view. How you view. In the Buddhist teachings, they say, you have cataracts. Imagine unawareness is like a cataract in the eyes. Maybe your grandmother had cataracts, and you can't see, and you have to have an operation to remove this so that some vision returns. The cataract arises like verdigris from copper or rust on iron. It emerges out of the eye. It's not done by, somebody hasn't poked you in the eye. So in that way, unawareness seems to manifest into our mind stream. So in the tantric initiation, there's usually a point where you tie a red band, a ribbon over your eyes, because you're saying, I am unaware, I don't see. And then in the process of the initiation, at a certain point you take the ribbon off, and now you're able to see the mandala. Saying, what you see, what you call seeing, is not seeing. It is imagining, it's believing. Mussolini was a great man. Many people believed that. Many people saw him as the one who has rescued Italy. Franco rescued Spain. People have believed all kind of nonsense. Protestants believe killing Catholics is a good idea. Catholics believe killing Protestants is a good idea. Nazis believing killing Jews is a good idea. There's all kind of big crazy ideas. Capitalists believing that they shouldn't pay their workers very well and keep all the profit to themselves. Perverse, corrupted ideas are pervasive. So if we want to see, we have to see how easily we become suffused, we become filled with distorting beliefs. And then when you see the world through your belief, it's very difficult. You see this with children. They come home from school and they say, I have to get this. So why do you have to get that? We're all going to have them. Whether it's a new kind of trainers or being allowed to watch some program on the television, and you're thinking, I don't think that's a very good idea for you. No, but everyone's watching, I have to. So we call this peer pressure. If I'm going to be part of the group, and I need to be part of the group, I have to do that. And so the parents suddenly realizing, oh, I was once the absolute ruler of your world. And now I am shrinking, and these people I don't know are becoming more and more important for you. That's the process of separation and development. And you see, the children are being filled with ideas and visions, and you're thinking, why would you, how come that makes sense to you? But it does. Why? Because the ego is empty and it seeks filling, and so it's always trying to absorb things from the environment. So that's why we go through the text carefully, and there's a lot of repetition, and we may feel that we know what it means, but that's the first stage, remember. First is hearing, then reflecting, then meditating. If you don't do the reflecting, you won't internalize it as yours. So each of us, in seeing the text, it's not enough to say, oh, I've heard it before, I've heard it before. Have you got it? Have you got it in as much as you know when you read it in the book or you hear me talking about it, oh, I know that. Do you know it when you're walking about here? Do you know it when you're chatting with someone? Do you know it when you're going to bed at night? Do you know it first thing in the morning? Is it with you? Because if Dharma is with you, then meditation becomes seamless. But if it's just an add-on idea, it's not going to do much good. So Tibetans use the example that this kind of conceptual learning, it's like a patch stitched onto a torn coat. The patch is not part and parcel, it's not the same fabric as the coat, and so the stitching can come undone and it comes off because it's artificial to put it on. What we're trying to do through the study and the reflection is to massage Dharma into us so that it becomes the medium of our existence. We're looking through the Dharma, we're in the view, and because we're in the view, we can actualize it in the meditation. Meditation really means simply ring fencing a bit of time and space where this massaged in view can start to be applied more precisely to the details of the emergent experiences of thoughts, feelings and memories. And from that you then have conduct. You move into the world infused with this feeling. So if you're making tea and you have the boiling water and put it in the cup and then you drop in the tea bag, you see the color spreading out from the tea bag, gradually changing the color of the water. Then if you take out the tea bag, the color remains in the tea. So that's what we want. You come on a retreat, I'm popping this tea bag in all the time, you know. Where's your boiling water? If the water's cold, it's not going to work. Warm your water, warm your water. Oh, Padmasambhava, save me. Hot water. Oh, I love you. I want to be enlightened. Yeah, okay, here's the tea bag. Ooh. Take the tea bag out. Oh, I thought we wanted an empty cup. You threw out the tea. You got to drink the tea. Drink the tea. That's it. Till the color of the Dharma fills you, flows through you. Okie dokie. So, just before we go back into this text, that's it. There's a couple of books that we made over the winter. Limitless Light, which is a collection of texts about Dzogchen, the Pure Land of Amitabha. Very, very beautiful text. It's got the famous Dechen Monlam, the aspiration for Dzogchen by this Kajupa Lama Raga Asi. It's got a short one from the third Drupchen Rinpoche. And various other texts. So it provides a complete way of orienting yourself for the time of death, imagining a pure land and how you would go there. This is a very important stream in Buddhism. You have it a lot in Japan with the cult of Amida Buddha. It's very, very helpful because sometimes life is hard and you lose faith and you don't know what to hold on to. And these words are very sweet, and the descriptions of the pure lands are very, very sweet. And it also gives you the sense that you could participate, that there is a place for you, there is a space for you. The other book, Lotus Light, is a collection of texts about Padmasambhava. So if you do the Padmasambhava practice, you might find that quite useful. It has many prayers about Padmasambhava written by people like Duja Rinpoche. Very profound, some are focused on confession and understanding the obscurations that come in Dharma practice. Some are about imagining Padmasambhava in his pure land of Zangdapalri. There's a little biography of Padmasambhava, which is very beautiful. It's a term, a recovered treasury text, quite a recent one. It was discovered about 100 years ago by a woman called Sarah Kandro, who had had many difficulties in her life. Her biography has been translated into English. You can find that, but one of her students, her disciples, was Chatur Rinpoche, and he taught it to me. It was the first text I worked on in Tibetan. Very, very beautiful. I used to recite it every day. It's just you get really into the devotional feeling. And then at the end of the book, it's got the Poa for going to Zangapari. It's got 3 different aspects of Poa for merging your mind into the mind of Padmasambhava. So there are many interesting practices to do if you have the interest and the time. But it does require effort. When you look around the world and you see how unprotected many people are, and how much horror is spreading in the Sudan, there's so shocking things are happening in South Sudan as these murderous exploiters, the Arabs coming down from Khartoum area, raping and killing the old animistic tribal people. No protection, absolutely no protection. Many wars and killings are going on, like in the Congo. The cavalry doesn't come, the army doesn't come, you're in a village and these horrifying people arrive with machetes and they do what they like. We are so lucky. We cannot imagine how lucky we are. War is just near. You see it in the Ukraine. It's just very near. But it's as if it doesn't exist. Peaceful village in Bavaria, life is very nice. These whirlwinds of horror and pain and loneliness are very close. Everything in samsara is unstable. So, if we want to awaken ourselves, and if we want to be useful to other people, we have to be able to be calm, available and open in the midst of turmoil. Dharma is very good for this. So we can return to the text.
James, could you say something about the author, this author?
Dhampopa.
Krishna Pal Nakpa.
Yeah, he well, as with all of these people, he lived in cemeteries. He's famous, if you, on the back cover as well, in the English version, there's another picture of him with these flying damarus in the air, because they say that by the power of his meditation, he could make musical instruments play themselves. So these damarus going taka 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 in the air all around him. You can read about him. There's a translation of the book, the 84 Mahasiddhas. You can get the book and read the biographies are very brief. But he had quite a strong influence on many other yogis at that time. Nakpopa just means the black one, so he could have been from South India. I don't really know much more to say about him.
Who is he sitting on top of?
Yeah.
Because he seems to be sitting on top of someone.
He seems to be what?
Sitting on top of someone.
Yeah, why not? Don't you have an enemy in your life? You're never drawn to the idea of crushing your demon? I mean, as we know, you know, in the tantric mandalas, the wrathful deities are always trampling on someone, on piled up corpses. What are the corpses? The corpses are the energetic forms of yourself. They are an external manifestation of the maras. So, if you have an enemy, if you feel somebody hates you and wants to hurt you and exploit you, who is your enemy? For a yogi, it's your mind. This enemy is my own projection. My own karma has caused the arising of this person in the formation of my enemy. It's always just my own mind. So the corpses they're sitting on is the power of your own mind. So for example, in church practice, you offer your body as food for the various levels of being. This is a similar thing. You have to dissolve the site of the problem. Problems arise only in two places, other and self. In church, you see, problem is self. I have this cherished sense of who I am, my importance of the world, my lovely body with its sensations and so on. I need to protect this. And so you offer this as food to other beings. Or you see the world is infected with my 5 poisons. The people I call friend, I have infected them with the delusion that they are special good. My enemies are beings that I have infected with the delusion, especially bad. So, to kill the enemy is to kill the sight of ignorance. Where is the sight of ignorance? It is in your own mind. Symbolically, this is represented as being on a corpse. Sometimes the corpse, if it's a singular one, is identified with Shiva, because in the Tibetan Buddhist tradition, Shiva or Mahadev, the great god, represents in his sitting on top of Mount Kailash in this very deep, profound meditation for a long time. He represents the shadow side of shamatha. If you sit unaffected by thought and you go into this state where nothing is happening, this is like the highest realm of samsara, where there is no object for consciousness, and consciousness thins out till it's not a thing at all. And this is believed to be the state of Shiva. So when the tantric god is standing on Shiva, it's symbolically saying, don't take that path. Don't take the path of stillness. Stillness is very dangerous. Stillness and movement are inseparable. If you have no movement, you have no compassion. If you only have stillness, then you go into this uninterrupted nothingness. Kala Rinpoche used to tell the story, many of you will know it, that there was a monk who went into retreat to do a lot of shamatha, calming practice, undisturbed, and he was going to be in for 3 months. After 3 months he didn't come out, he was in a sealed cave. So after another couple of weeks, the monks start banging on the door, are you okay, are you coming out? Didn't come out. So they opened the door and they went in. He's sitting there in meditation. But he's dead, because a rat had come and eaten the back of his skull. It helps if you can move. If a rat is biting you, please get up and move about. Not to disassociate yourself to the point of numbness so that you're not responding. I mean, it could look great. All these stimuli are coming and just... But some stimuli have a meaning. Because you are in a body, and this body is fragile, and you have to protect it. It's the same with danger. So I want to have a state free of anxiety. Not completely. Anxiety can be very useful. Stress can be very useful, because it's giving you information about the dualistic movement. The mind, the ground is non-dual. Everything which arises is non-dual with the ground. And non-duality manifests as a dialogic movement of subject and object, both of which are empty, but they have their characteristics. If you're driving a car, your car is a form of emptiness. The other cars are a form of emptiness. If you believe only in emptiness, drive your car on the wrong side of the road. Emptiness will meet emptiness, sky will meet sky, and you will be in a wooden box. Cars are empty appearance. Appearance has impact. You don't want the impact of a car on your body. It's not that the car is strongly real and you're afraid of the reality of the car. You can just see that in the patterning of the 5 elements, this kind of structure, your human body has a lot of water in it. And the car doesn't have too much water in it. It's a harder form, it's more earth element. You have a bit of earth element, it's in the bone. So if the earth element of the car hits your body, earth is crying out to earth. It's saying, let me get to your bones. And it will crunch into you and your squishy bits will all get crushed. It doesn't mean the car is real. It doesn't mean your body is real. It means illusory patterns come into this formation. It's very important. The middle way. Dharma, Buddhist Dharma is always about the middle way. So,
Very interesting.
so, when the intellect takes an object, even the unagitated Lord is brought down. The unagitated Lord is Shiva. Shiva is representing this stasis on Mount Kailash. Nothing gets to him. So, when the intellect takes an object, when your mind as the clarity of the intellect. Intellect here is, in Tibetan, is lo. It means intelligence. The intelligence which can see the details of phenomena. But when this takes on the position of subjectivity, like I'm checking out what's going on here, then everything that I attend to becomes an object for me. I'm thinking about this man, I'm thinking about this woman, I'm thinking about the color of that woman's jacket and so on. So these objects come into formation. And when this movement of subject and object are going, then you're pulled out of non-movement. So if you have created an artificial calm away from movement, there is no duality operating directly on you. The problem is, as I was saying before, is you're useless. Nice for you, but you're useless. So you're a self-liberated Buddha, a Buddha in your own realm. There may be some clarity in that, but you can't do anything. If you're going to relate to other people, if you enter compassion, you see people, you have a sense of them, you have to interpret how they are to a certain extent, with the clarity that the thoughts, feelings and sensations which mobilize into the felt sense of how the other is, this is all illusion. Nonetheless, it's a helpful illusion. And so you respond. So, subject and object interaction is helpful because it prevents you going into the extreme position of nothing at all.
Is this why the Buddha touched the earth?
I beg your pardon?
Is this why the Buddha touched the earth with his hand when he said, I'm not complete?
No, that's slightly different. When the Buddha Shakyamuni, well, the Siddhartha, who's about to become Buddha Shakyamuni, is under the Bodhi tree and he touches the earth, he's making a commitment to himself that in the face of the temptation and provocation of the Maras, he's not going to move. So it's slightly different. Like in a sense, that's what we need to decide. We do the 3 R's and we're sitting. I'm just sitting. My body's not going to move. I can manage that. My voice is not going to move. I can manage that. But my mind is moving. So how can I allow my mind to move without me being moved? The movement of the mind is not me. Who am I? Either I'm ego or I'm space. If I'm space, space is never moving. So when the Buddha touches the earth, and these forms of the Mara, the frightening figures, the seductive figures, the scary figures, are moving, there's an agitated field, and he's there. Nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me. He's not receiving the provocation, and he's not responding to the provocation. He is unprovoked. So in the mandala of the 5 Buddhas, the 5 meditation Buddhas, this is akshobhya, unchanging. Mikyupa, mitupa, means unagitated. Nothing gets to him. It doesn't mean that he's unaware. It's like the mirror. The mirror shows everything, but the mirror is untroubled. So the primordial purity and the ceaseless movement of spontaneous expression continues, but the insertion of unawareness of that purity, which manifests as our ego self, becomes peaceful when we recognize it is a movement within the field of movement, and it's not me, it's not my home, it's not my identity. That is a delusion. So that's what the Buddha's touching there. So, and then he's continuing, the host of Buddhas, the worldly goddesses, the wrathful deities, and the entirety of the mandala will fully decline when the intellect takes an object. So, you're sitting, you're not asleep, you are available as awareness. And you get pulled into what's happening. Or you feel pulled away from what's happening. So you have desire or aversion in relation to something. So the intellect is the mental formation or the mental energy, the mental activity which adds thickening to the arising thought by knowing that it is something. So you hear a sound, it's a car. The sound is, it's a car. We add car to the sound. That sound has no intrinsic carness in it. The birds hear it, they don't think car. We human beings think car because we've been trained to do that. So you've got a linked alliance. This is a sign of a car. You're in the semiotic web. You're interpreting and feeding meaning into the sound. This is what he's talking about. That when the arising is conceptualized, then there is disturbance in all directions. Nothing is peaceful. Because now you're in turbulence. Everything you see will now be interpreted. You're looking at people, you're checking them out, whether you like them or you don't like them, or you want to sleep with them or you don't want to sleep with them. You're checking out the trees, you look at the sky, oh my God, it's cold, is it going to rain? Interpreting. There's all kinds of movements going on in the mind. This is agitation. What is that? Oh, maybe a motorbike. Does it matter? It's not my motorbike. I'm sitting in here. I don't need a motorbike. Why would I want to know it's a motorbike? Oh, well, you never know. It helps to keep you safe. Naming things helps to keep you safe. Is it a wasp or a bee? Bees usually don't sting. Wasps are slightly more interested in giving you one. They don't die after they've done it. Bees have more of a karmic consequence. So it helps to identify things. Like, you know, if you're in the desert, scorpions, a lot of them there in the Sahara. And remember, and the really dangerous scorpions are the tiny transparent ones. You can hardly see them. On the hot day, the sand's a bit shimmering. You go to pick up a stone, whoo! The big black ones, they look scary, but they're not very dangerous. You just make you a bit sore. So, diagnosis, being able to run your mind across what is arising, that's helpful, but not in meditation. He's talking here about the meditation. Don't do that. There's no need to interpret. It is, whatever arises is the movement of your mind. Whatever you think about it, it is the movement of the mind. But if you get into thinking about it, your conceptual interpretation will seem to be the truth of what's arising.
Shapes. And if you speak from immediate...
You need the doodah. Doodah man.
And if you speak from immediacy, it is like this: is if I have to make a P, and it's really there,
Yeah.
then I go and have a P, and
Yeah.
that's immediacy.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You could even pee here.
No. No way.
We have to clear it up, you know.
Yeah. So, again and again, when you feel this arising turn of intention towards something, something is getting to you, and it's a sign that you're already tilted. You're either tilted away or tilted towards. And they always say, don't go after the past thought, don't wait expectantly for the next thought, because both of these are off balance. So if I'm off balance, I have to move. It's just, you can try that in the break. You just do it, you stand and you lean forward. And if you don't want to fall over, you will move. So there is a volitional force of desire or aversion, that is to say, the energy of your positioning moves from stasis towards involvement, either for or away from. That is real. I need that or I don't want that. And so, instead of being a spacious openness within which these forms are moving, you have involvement. The involvement arises as subject and object. I like, I don't like. So again and again, the view is saying everything which occurs is unborn as the radiance of the mind. When you don't view according to the view, you think, oh, and you're already moved towards something. It seems to be something. The somethingness of the something is your own mental activity. You can observe, we talk of this many times. You go in a shop, you do your shopping. If it's a supermarket, you take your basket to the checkout counter, you in the queue, and you look into other people's baskets. Why are they buying that? Why are they buying it? You wouldn't buy it. They buy it. Their mind moves in different patterns from you. It's your mind, your interest, your formation that made these items on the shelf in the supermarket attractive for you. That is to say, not everybody buys the same thing. oh, what is the status of the object? This is my desire. Oh, these are really, really delicious peaches. You must try them. This is your desire. I see my desire. So if you catch that, it's not in the object, it is my desire. Because if it was in the object, everybody in the supermarket would be buying that item. It's not in the object, it's in your mind. What I desire is my mind. It's a formulation. So when you're sitting in the meditation, this is what you have to recognize. This feels important. It's not in the object. So when you go towards the object of desire or away from the object of aversion, this is a self-to-self relational interpretation projected onto the other. It's simply the mind bewildering itself by spinning fast. I don't need to do anything. But it's really important. Never mind. I'll always regret not doing this. I don't think so. How many thoughts have you had since you were born? Quite a few. They have come, they have gone. Do any remain? Have you ever had a permanent thought? No. These unreliable movements, when you grasp at them and invest them with your belief that they are reliable, they will hook you. So that's really what he's saying. Your mind moves itself under the power of the delusion of subject and object and the importance of this object. So all our practice is simply to get to know how crazy you are. Why would you go after that? Why would you do it? It's gone. I seek unreliable objects. Many people seek unreliable lovers. What are they looking for? A broken heart. It's the essence of romanticism, isn't it? Why love someone who will love you back? Be too quiet. You're like Shine. Better to love someone who doesn't love you and who gives you a hard time. Then you've got something to worry about. That's what the meditation is, isn't it? The love object, if you wanted to formulate it in that way, this thought, this appearance, this sensation is saying, kiss me, hold me, I'm yours. Really? They're gone. The thought will be there in your mind for 2 seconds maximum, and it's gone. One night stand is one thing, 1 second stand, that's another. That is a very, very quick form of intercourse. Unfortunately, even 1 second with the thought will give you a very dangerous sexually transmitted virus. That's what happens. Every time you subject and object go at it. All sorts of things are transmitted. Longing, desire, pustules, open weeping sores. The syphilitic self. That's really what he's talking about. If you want to be safe, move with the arising in the situation where it is required. Compassion is to allow the spontaneous development of the patterns of the mind to lead into patterns of the body. If you're taking care of someone, if someone's sick, you cook for them. You might need to give them a sponge bath in the bed. You might need to, if they've shat themselves, you might need to clean them and do all sorts of things for them. Your body mobilizes in that direction because that's their situation. That has meaning. That is connectivity in the actual. But when you're chasing a phantom form in your own mind for no purpose except habit formation, that's dangerous. That's what he's saying about the meditation. So, he's saying, ending the limitation of conduct. It is a mistake to strive for accomplishment. Adopting and rejecting ends in exhaustion. So, if what you're doing is towards becoming enlightened or becoming better, you're already displacing yourself from where you are. And so, conduct, trying harder, is a means of self-abandonment in the negative sense that the self is what is here. But surely I need to improve myself. Do you? How are you? Observe how you are. The ground of your current experience is open and empty. Your experiences arising in the luminous field and its forms of emergence are transient. What is there to develop? What would accomplishment be? And so he's saying, adopting and rejecting ends in exhaustion. Once you take the content of your mind and the content of your world seriously, there are a lot of options, particularly in our modern culture, endless production of commodities. What is the function of the commodity? If you think that clothing is there to cover your body and keep you warm, that's fairly straightforward. If you think that clothing is there to impress other people and maybe attract people who you might be interested in, that's much more difficult, because you don't know what the other person's mental formation is and what will attract them. So you're having to imagine how they are and what they might like. So then you try something, but it doesn't work, so you reject it. You adopt and reject, because you're trying to get a fit as if it was a jigsaw puzzle. But it's not a jigsaw puzzle. A jigsaw puzzle is fixed pieces. You may not know exactly where they're going to go, but at least they have a stable shape. Everyone in this room is a shapeshifter. You know, we are very labile, very unpredictable in our moods, our attention, and so on. So you get a take on someone, you freeze them in the moment. Oh, you're like this. They're all right, I'm going to have a chat with this guy. He's quite nice. Then you've had a message, oh, something bad's happened. You're completely unavailable. That's not just due to me, something in your connectivity with the environment, but I then try to connect with you and I feel rejected. I thought we were friendly. You don't want to tell me that some tragedy has happened, but you are functionally unavailable. That's why it's very, very tricky. Always trying to make the field of experience the way we want it to be. It doesn't work.
Sorry, again a question. But how to take a decision without adapting and rejection?
Well, certainly if you decide on one thing, you could say, I accept that and I reject the rest. If the decision is embedded in the field and you can see what it is, you're not making it special for you. It is functional. It's the secondary gain is always, I need this for me. If you need it for the field, if it belongs in the field, then you do that. For example, watching the people working, upstairs about preparing the food and taking the plates and tidying up. The activity is generated by necessity because the workers got infected and they had to go. So the mobilization is, this needs to be done. That's not, you could say there's a subtle band of accepting and rejecting, but it's more like the shape of the world. I pour myself into that shape. I have an availability. For me, that would be different from accepting and rejecting. The accepting and rejecting is, I don't want this. Or the accepting would be, I need this. So that's about me. I'm in the middle. Whereas if you're task focused, it's about how do shapes fit together. There's not necessarily any secondary gain. Because otherwise, lamas build stupas, monasteries, they set up educational establishments and so on. Any kind of activity like that would then be a form of delusion. As long as they are grounded and the function and the intention is clear, then it doesn't bind you in that. It's the insertion of what's in it for me? Where am I in all this? So, I don't know, you might not have had this experience, but I've had this experience. You do a lot for other people, and then you think, well, what about me? I remember when I came back from India, I was teaching Tibetan language in an evening class in London. So I began teaching the alphabet and the basic grammar, and we're going through it. And then at the end, after the third term, we came to one of the texts in here, this short Maitripa text. And I was going through the text, teaching it. And he came to this very interesting bit. And I thought, I'm not going to teach these buggers. I'm not going to explain this to them, because I had to go to India and I sweated blood to get these bloody teachings, so I'm not telling them. And I remember that feeling, fuck you, what about me? Because I had to go on my little bicycle to teach in this evening class. I was living in a squat, I had no money, they all seemed to drive up in cars. I'm thinking, what the hell's this all about? And then I taught. Because you feel bad inside. But it's difficult. I remember there was a woman going into a 3-year retreat in a monastery, and she wanted to learn Tibetan. So again, I'd go on my bicycle, go to her flat, nice big flat on the edge of a big park in London, teach her that. And she was paying me something like €3 an hour. Thinking, okay, that's what. And at the end, she gave me one of her husband's old jackets. Interesting. 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 You want to do 3 years in retreat and you have no respect for me helping you understand this. And then you see, but why did that upset me? I'm thinking it's not fair, it's not right, you shouldn't do that, I wanted to wag the finger. That was my interpretation. That's a self-referential interpretation. Whether she's generous or mean, that's her business. It was how it hooked me. And that's the thing. If you get overextended towards the other, there's usually the desire for some kind of payback. So that's what we have to be careful. Do I have a pure intention in this moment? Yeah.
Bis ich aufgestanden bin.
Oh, sorry.
Now speak for him.
But couldn't you have another way to deal with that instead of polarizing it between I'm teaching or I'm not teaching, I'm accepting the jacket or I'm not accepting the jacket, to use the situation without being hurt? Use the situation to kind of make the greed or the meanness obvious for her, so that she could kind of profit or benefit from this experience.
Probably I didn't have that generosity of spirit in the moment. No, I mean certainly you could do that. If you're grounded in something, everything can be a a facilitative moment. However, teaching people who don't want to learn, that's another matter. I had no sense that this lady wanted to learn anything apart from what would be useful on her spiritual path as she understood it. There's a saying in English, there's none so blind as those who will not see. And that kind of elective blindness or elective disconnection is quite pervasive, all sorts of things. It's certainly where I live, it's a poor part of London. A lot of beggars are on the street now, many of them with terrible ulcers in their legs and so on. Most people never give anything and also blank them. And we know very well from all the interviews, if you're living on the street, the one thing you quite like is that somebody greets you and acknowledges that you have a real existence. But the blanking goes on. People stepping over them. That's difficult. So accepting and rejecting here in this situation is a particular. It's a particular tilt, and the cause of the tilt is this is me. This is happening to me. So the response can only arise if you have a reified sense of self and a reified sense of other. So again and again, that's why we do that. Or a few days ago we were doing PET, and the function of PET is if you get into that and you're locked and you seem to be just reacting, you can open a space where there's some freshness. So, ending the limitation of the result. The essence of all phenomena is like the space, or like space. So space is open, it has no beginning or end. Now, when you look around the room, you see specific people. You see their shape, you can immediately have some sense of their age, their health, what kind of clothes they wear, and so on. I see things, I see people. The essence of phenomena is like space. Space has no boundaries or limits. You can't divide it in pieces and then compare and contrast it. The essence of the people in the room, as they are, as appearance, is inherently free of my projections and identifications. Going back to the example in the supermarket, I love these peaches. I'm very glad the supermarket has more of these peaches in. I want to buy these peaches. Nobody else is buying them. The value of the peach is relational to me. It's not inherent in the peach. Yeah? So when you look around the room and you see people, and you're sure they're like this, they're like this, they're like this, and you have a formulation, you are formulating them according to your formula. Like a recipe in the kitchen, you're making the cake according to your recipe, and so you're adding the ingredients which are on your recipe. When you don't do that, the phenomena are part of the field, and the field is undifferentiated like space. Colors in space. Some of you may have seen what they call the northern lights. If you go up in the north and you see these rippling patterns of greens and so on across the sky. It's an illusion. It's an illusion. With children, you might go out in the summer and lie in the grass and look at the clouds, and you see, oh, there's an elephant. Oh, look what's happened to your elephant. Oh, its nose has fallen off. Clouds appearing and disappearing. There are no elephants in the sky, but you see them. So that's exactly the same in this room. You are interpreting, but you don't even know you're interpreting. Whatever you think about someone in the room is what you think. It's not them. Other people in the room think different things about that person. That person is a potential which can be interpreted in different ways according to different people, according to their particular positioning. So, according to the mobilizing factors arising in the stream of what you take to be yourself, the world is revealed to you. That's why in another language you can say everything that happens is your karma. Because it's you manifest according to the templates and sensitivities and trajectories that are manifesting for you, or in ordinary language, your interests. So we were talking about if we do a retreat next summer and somebody said, oh, we have to invite this person who's in another country because they're really good, they know all the different kinds of herbs that are growing wild here, and we could go out with her and she'd be able to show you what to pick. For those who are interested in picking wild herbs. Some people might not be interested to do that, but some people would. That woman clearly is dedicated to that, does it a lot, has learned a lot, really at home in botany. That's her thing. And with that, when she goes out, she will be noticing lots of things we don't notice. We just won't notice. But she does. So she has a heightened sensitivity to that. People who've been abused or attacked have a heightened sensitivity to their perception of danger in someone. If somebody seems angry and controlling, they're thinking, whoa, I don't want to be anywhere near someone like that, because that was like how my dad was. I really don't need that anymore in my life. The person there experiencing that in terms of might be in no way a threat to them, but there's a particular sensitivity that starts vibrating in relation to that. So there's an interpretation of something in that person which may not be there. It's projected. So in the same way, everything, all the phenomena here, phenomena simply means appearance, is interpreted. We don't have access to pure appearance. In Tibetan they call it dagnang. So dagnang is like a vision in which you directly see this is arising from the ground. So in the Padmasambhava practice we were doing last night, you get the description of the shape of Padmasambhava and you visualize him. Generally you do that with the empowerment that you've got from the empowering initiation. So a connection is made in the initiation with this form of Padmasambhava. You're entitled to do the practice and you do that. And then it says, just before the mantra, it says, this imagined form, the Damsikpa, the form you can generate on the basis of your vows made at the time of initiation, is inseparable from the Yeshipa, the wisdom form, which comes immediately from Zandapauri and merges into it. If you really have the sense of that, then it becomes a pure vision, because it's not created by you and your effort and your conceptualization. It just is. This is Padmasambhava. Fully, completely, this is Padmasambhava, without doubt. So although it's been constructed, at a certain point it becomes intrinsic. That's like a pure vision. What we have usually is what's called trul nang. Trul means deluded. Nang means appearance. We see deluded appearances. It doesn't mean we're crazy and mad, but we see the appearance of opacity. We see substance rather than appearance. because there's a two-part process there which we have condensed into one. So I see you. You are someone sitting in front of me. I see you. I see something and imagine you. I see something, light comes to me in patterning. That triggers a template in me. I see and imagine. But it seems seamless. I receive and respond. Receive and respond. Just as if you were in the park and someone throws you a ball and you catch it and you throw it back. It's just whoop, whoop. I receive the light, I imagine you. I receive the light, I imagine you. And because that seems like a seamless, instantaneous, undivided thing, I see you. There you are. But you are, for me, my interpretation of you. You will be each of us will be interpreted in different ways by other people. There might be people here you don't have very much in common with. You sit beside them, nothing really to say. And then you come by, you go into the kitchen, you come out and they're sitting at a table, they're gabbling away, they're blethering, they're right in there, they're part of the conversation. How does that happen? They're chatty with these other people, they're not chatty with me. It's constructed, it's imagined, it depends on the ingredients. So that is the vital thing to see. This is called the absence of inherent existence in persons. It's not inherent existence. It seems inherent to you because you believe, I see you as you are. But you are not. You are a potential revealed through my participation. So this is the vital thing. This is why we have dependent origination, studying impermanence, reading the Heart Sutra and so on. It's always trying to soften the territory. It's like springtime. You might, if you've got some garden, you might go out in the garden with a fork and dig it deep in and move it to lift the earth to allow some air to come in. So that's what these things like attention to impermanence are. They loosen the soil so that life can move through it. And then you're in the dynamic moment. And then you realize, what I see is my mind. I project my desires, my jealousy, my pride, all of these into the field of experience. I see myself. Tedious, tedious, tedious. I see myself. Will no one save me from me? Only me. So if you catch the moment of the construction arising and you realize it's empty, then it's the theatre, the play, the drama of unborn appearance. But if you fall into it and you cling to it and rest on it, then it becomes very solid. And you can all experience this for yourself. It's just there in how we move in the world. People do things we wouldn't want to do. Why would they do that? Because they're not me. They have an open mind and they have different furniture in their open mind. It's just the furniture. When you see someone in their personality, you see the furniture. You like it or you don't like it. So it says the essence of all phenomena is like space. Those who wish to arrive there, that is to say, those who want to get something from the appearance, they are like hungry ghosts searching till the end of space. If you're always hungry, you keep looking for the perfect one, the perfect shape, more and different and other, and there's no end to it. Because you think there's something there and you try to catch it, but you can't catch it because it vanishes. Those who wish to gain the vital nutrition of the ultimate are like deer striving to reach the water seen in a mirage. What he's saying here is, you have generated in your mind the idea that there is a better world. There is a happy land. That's a hymn, it's the beginning of a hymn. There is a happy land far, far away. It's always like that, far, far away. It's not here, somewhere else, over the rainbow. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I dreamt of once in a lullaby. Beautiful.
Yeah.
The Wizard of Oz. So, having formulated for yourself the idea that there's somewhere to get to, you're like a deer striving to reach the water seen in a mirage. There is no water. The gold is here. In a land of gold, everything is gold. Once you say, this is lead, this is copper, this is silver, the gold's over there, you ignore how it is here, which means you don't see gold as gold, and then you project and fantasize something over there that's better. So the teaching is always, be where you are, be here now, be exactly here and open. Everything is arising here and now. There is nowhere else for everything to arise. So the projected fantasy that there's somewhere better to get to is a delusion which will leave you thirsty like the poor deer. As a Buddha from the very beginning, to develop the desire for Buddhahood is delusion. But if you've already got the idea that the Buddha is a special person, different from you, with amazing qualities, that can do everything that you can't do, then you say, well, I'm not really a Buddha. I may have Buddha nature or Buddha potential, but actually I'm a bit of a mess. What are the ingredients of being a mess? Well, the thoughts and feelings I have. You have them, where do you keep them? You don't have them. They're vanishing. You are conditioned and limited by the ungraspable. Now that's a psychiatric disorder. I'm a terrible person. That's a thought. No, believe me, I'm a terrible person. Yes, I hear what you're saying, I hear that, but your voice is getting a wee bit loud. No, you don't understand. Okay, there's 2 nurses outside, they'll come into the room, you know, they're big ones. This is a psychiatric unit, this is why you're here. You don't. And people get really, really angry because they want you to believe in their delusion. They're not deluded. It's just an idea. But they are deluded by believing in the idea. Delusion is not intrinsic. It is a mode of relation between subject and object. So this is very, very precise for us. Who am I? So we've talked of this before. When you sit to do the meditation, if you do it as Mary, I, Mary, am going to meditate in order to ... it's finished. There's no point. You'd be better off praying to Amitabha to save all sentient beings. That would make sense. You're over there, Amitabha, you're a great guy. I can't do very much, but I'm asking you, please, on behalf of all these people, do what you can. Please, please. That would be great. That's duality. That'd be an effective use of duality. But if you're doing Mahamudra, who is going to do the practice? Mahamudra is going to do the practice of Mahamudra. The mind from the very beginning is open, unborn presence. Presence does presence. Absence doesn't do presence. That's why we do the Guru Yoga of the White Ah. It's a very simple and effective and easy way to fall out of the thick layering of your egoic identification, be present with presence as presence. But you can't make yourself a Buddha when you are a Buddha. So then, this last part, wondrous, an illusory being enters the middle way. A mountain in the sky is adorned with dream forest. An elephant appearing in an optical illusion strives to reach a mirage river. The son of a barren woman gains the kingdom of the Gandharvas. However, whatever happens, I, Nakpopa, never change. He said, whether experience seems realistic or imaginary, whatever it is, you're in the movies, the theatre, you're falling in love, you're going for a divorce, you've lost your job, you've had promotion, whatever situation arises, the mind itself is open. Nakpopa says, I am not conditioned by events, therefore I don't need to block events. However life is, I am here. You call it happy times, you call it sad times, I'm here. I'm open. This is occurring. The state of original presence is free of the path of effort and striving. You are this way. Some of us, before we die, will probably get strokes. You will develop debilitating conditions. You may be in a wheelchair. You may be doubly incontinent. You may have a stomach sac. You may have to empty your sac. It may make bad smells. All kind of things can happen to you which you cannot imagine. That wouldn't be me. Somebody I worked with in London, he had to have several operations on his bowel, his sac, and had to catheterize himself several times a day, all kind of things. And the sac would leak a little bit, or some bad smell would come out. And he was a therapist, I was supervising him. And he was saying, you know, it was such an effort because people want you to be healthy as the therapist. They don't want you to have problems. And you're sitting there and this terrible smell comes out. Should you apologize or not? Well, that will draw attention to you. This is life, unbelievably complicated situations. But the health of your bowels is not the same as the health of your mind. He's helping people with his intelligence and warmth and clarity. But he had to not, having had all these operations and the pain and all the stuff he'd been through, it was very strong for him. And he's imagining this will be strong and real for other people. And he started to see, oh, I've cooked up a storm here. If I just let it be, then it is. And people won't bump into it too much because I'm not making it an object. So that really speaks to what he's saying here. You don't need to improve it, whatever, you just have to accept, this is me, this is how my life is, I'm here and now. Suchness cannot be fathomed by conceptual thought. You think about thoughts, you think about feelings, you think about sensations, you think about the past, about memories, you think about the future, about plans. Thoughts interact with these apparitional forms and you come up with narratives and stories and experiences, but no thought can bring you to your original nature, because your original nature is unborn, it's not made by thought, it's not contaminated by thought. Relax out of your obsessional identification with thought and your original nature is there. When you see the certain truth without calculation and without mistake, mistake there means without adding and subtracting and editing it, you are free of the dualism of empty and not empty. That is to say, you're no longer judging your experience, you're completely at home in how it is. phenomena finished, intellect finished, this takes you to the end. You're not conceptualizing items in the world. The intellect, the mental processing function relaxes, and it's just this, ceaselessly, forever, just this, which is inclusive, non-exclusive, part of the whole, responsive, self-liberating. And it's lunchtime. Are you, Jayajit, are you still doing your duda?
If people want to do it, I will.
Okay, I mean, this is a wonderful opportunity. Jayajit has been doing movement things for a long time. She has a lot of experience. Many people here are neurotic and deeply inhibited. This is a chance to break free. Okay. So as you know, Robert has translated this book into German, and I asked him if he would be willing to host a discussion group for people who wanted to go through bits of it carefully. Could you look at both the English and the German, and just to kind of hold the space in which people who really wanted to focus on the text and understand it in application to their lives could do it. So he kindly said he would be willing to do that. So if you're interested in that, please contact him before the end, and you can think of a time when it might be done. And there's all sorts of little movements of people coming together to develop projects, which is good. Good. Bon. Now, back to this. Now, just look at a few verses from some of the authors, just to focus. So first we look in the English, it's page 40, verses 4, 5, 6, and 7. By Maitripa. And so he's talking about meditation. So he says, distracted wavering should not be discarded intentionally. So, distracted wavering, when you experience this, that your mind is all over the place and you're not happy with it, clearly you feel a kind of antipathy, a negative feeling towards it. You want it to be gone because you have decided it's wrong. It doesn't make you feel comfortable. You feel you're not doing it right. So he's saying, before you push it away, be careful, look, see what it is. Because he says, when encountered, if recognized as your mind, it is your path deity. So, if distraction itself is the path to liberation, if you stay with it, because something arises in your mind and you say, this is no good, this is terrible, you're immediately separating from it. I am being persecuted by this patterning of thought. He says, if you just stay with it, it arises, seems to be something, and dissolves. If you see the wave coming out of the ocean, going back into the ocean, it's the ocean. It's our own conceptual formation that says the wave is not the same as the ocean, and then we say it's not a good wave, it's the wrong kind of wave. So he says, when this happens for you, when you find your mind is in a mess, or you're distracted, or you find you're depressed, or anxious, or there's confusion, recognize this is your mind. This is not something coming at your mind. Your mind is like the ocean. This is a wave in the ocean. This is a mode of your mind. If you see it as something other than your mind, then you remain the subject, and this is some errant or bad object which is coming to persecute you. So always we relax, open, include. We're here, and here, as we've looked before, has no dimension. It's neither big nor small. You hear an aeroplane, it's here. You feel an itch in your leg, it's here. Here and now. You cannot put it in a box, you cannot say precisely what it is. It shows itself in this moment as distracted arising. You become aware you've been off on a daydream. This is your mind. Don't run away from it, don't try to make some artificial structure arise. Stay with it, and in its dissolving, it shows you yourself. It's gone. So this is a very, very, very helpful instruction. Not pulled into knowing, involvement in thoughts is gradually abandoned. Okay? Something is arising, you're not dead, some kind of experience is there, happy, sad, whatever. Something is occurring. Don't let it pull you into knowing. Don't come to a conclusion about it. Because we were looking before the lunch break with the examples of shopping or whatever. Whatever you decide to be the truth of something is an opinion which hides the actuality of what's arising. So he's saying, don't be pulled into knowing. You don't need to know what it is. Knowing looks positive. You seem to be the one that's catching hold of the moment. I know what it is. But as soon as you catch it, it's caught you. And then you tumble into duality. So, not knowing doesn't mean going unconscious or being stupid. You're just bright, you're present, and there's something. It is showing, so we hear the sound. What is it? As soon as what is it comes, you're already looking for a reified interpretation. How is it? That's how it is. Maybe when you were a child you had a little car and you go. This is just the same, but you do it in your mind. Outer inner non-dual. Gone. Don't make a big story out of it. Just this. When it's here, it's here. When it's gone, it's gone. Where is here? Here is this. And he's saying, if you don't pull the arising formation into knowing, involvement in the thoughts is gradually abandoned. Because it's the knowing which is the sweet, seductive edge of merging. What is it? There's a kind of joy in curiosity. You're drawn towards getting a sense of its shape, its meaning, its potential function. He said, careful, just stay relaxed. This will move through the space of awareness and vanish. But if you are pulled into it, then with that traditional example, the pool of knowing, imagine you're the mirror, you're just simply reflecting everything that's coming, but the knowing somehow pulls you into the mirror. and then you're a reflection in the realm of reflections. There was a film by Jean Cocteau like that, remember? With the motorbikes going into the mirror. Anyone see that old black and white movie? Interesting. But if you like movies. Or maybe you saw the second Terminator movie. Yeah, and with his liquid mercury body, that's more up to date. But it's just the sense of finding yourself inside something. It's a double move because you're self-abandoning and self-finding simultaneously. You're abandoning the openness and you're finding the precise shape as you position not as you position yourself, but as you find yourself positioned in relation to this form. So he's always saying, relax. Relax into the out breath. What is this hooking that's going on? There's no need for involvement. Where will involvement take you? Nowhere good. How could involvement take you somewhere good? Because the one who is involved is being co-determined by circumstances and has lost their freedom. When you're relaxed and open, all the movement is not others. It's inseparable from you, but somehow you're uncontaminated by it. So he then says, when thoughts arise in the mind, the yogi remains relaxed and uncontrived like a cotton ball. So when cotton's growing, it has this hard kind of shell around it. And when it's ripe, the pressure of the expanding cotton blows it open. And when it does that, it has kind of sharp edges. So in the old days when they were picking the cotton by hand, people get very pained fingers and so on. But the cotton ball is this complex. If you see a piece of cotton wool, there's all these little strands of cotton, and they're all woven in with each other. So there is an immediacy, a complexity, but nobody's done it. So it's like that. You're here in this room, many appearances are here, but it hasn't all been done by people. If you were a painter and you were trying to paint this room, there's quite a few problems about how you locate the bodies, what sort of size, how you work with perspective and so on. That's a complex thing to be doing. But there is an immediacy. It's just like this, just like this. It's uncreated, uncompounded. So the yogi doesn't go after thoughts. So let's do the Guru Yoga of the White Arm. And then whatever's occurring, relaxed. Mind is like space, coming and going. For example, just one last example. This is a tent. It's not your tent. Sometimes people come in and go out while we're sitting. It's not our tent. These are not our children. Let them come and go. Where are they going? Why do people come in and go? Are they late? What's going on? Not your children, not your tent. Space. Public arena. Not my responsibility. You could be involved, you could be critical, you could be admiring. Oh God, they're going for a pee. I'd like to go for a pee. Whatever it is, public space, leave it there. Your mind is not your mind. You are not the owner of the mind. The ego is an imposter that pretends to be the master of the mind. It is the false master. The true master or the true queen is always on her throne but not seen. due to the power of this devious minister, like Cardinal Richelieu, politician, signing the documents for the king. You saw the movie, it's good.
Good anyway.
Yeah? Imposter. So, when you're sitting and you in the third it's like space. Unknown space, not my mind. If you really have a sense of it, it's very good ease away from involvement. You don't have to respond, it's not your response. In the parks or in the streets now in England, if you have a dog and the dog shits, you have to get your little plastic bag and pick up the poop and take it away. You're sitting in the park, a dog is pooping. Let it poop. Not your dog. Not your dog. You're sitting in the meditation, something is pooping in your mind. Not your mind, not your poop. You have no plastic bag. It will self-clear. If only that happened with dogs, then I might also have a dog. So the self-clearing mind, self-arising, self-liberating, non-involved. Okay. Okay. So again and again, if you're waiting in a cafe for a friend, or you're on the train, or you're just sitting in the kitchen waiting for something to boil, just take 2 minutes, relax into the space. You don't need to do the 3R, you just release yourself. Release into the self-releasing. The only releasing you have to do is to release yourself from the fixation, I'm here, the owner of the experience. If you stay in the openness, openness is self-releasing because it has no hands, it's got no way of apprehending what's arising. The one who apprehends is the one who is apart from what is apprehended. So, he says, give up activity and let your mind look at itself. The mind looks at itself in a self-reflexive way. It's not self-reflective, it can't reflect itself back to itself, because the mind is not an object for the mind. But in the moment of doing it, there is a presence. Just as the way if you were playing tennis and you wanted to develop your game of tennis, you might, I don't know, you might have had some lessons from a coach and you're aware that you don't have a very good line with your elbow. So as you go to bring up the racket, you're getting a message down through the nerves and the muscles that are giving you a kind of feedback loop. So it's as if the gesture is self-illuminating. It carries a self-showing in it. And in that way, you can be aware of how you might be not giving the full power to the shot that you want to play. That's just an example. So here, it's not that you can actually look at the mind, but you're present with the mind in the act of its looking, which is more like seeing. When in the translation of these terms, it's quite difficult because very often the two words which are very close together, that mean one means more open seeing and the other means looking at an object, but they can be used a bit interchangeably. So you're here. You can turn up the dimmer switch and have a self-consciousness. I know that I'm here. Or you could relax, as it were, more into the presence of being here, which is, as it were, more self-illuminative. Does that seem to make sense? We know what it's like to be self-conscious. Kind of thinking, oh, what's that itchy thing? Is there something on my face? What? So you're trying to kind of look at yourself from the outside. But what we want to do is just have the sense that as the motion of the mind arises, as there is a movement or a thought or a feeling, the feeling is showing the mind by not showing the mind. The ocean shows itself in the wave. The wave is the motion of the ocean, but the wave is not other than the ocean. So the thought is your mind, the reflection in a sense is the mirror, but it's not the real truth of the mirror, it's not the total truth of the mirror, it is how the mirror shows itself. The mirror shows itself as other, yet self. The ocean shows itself as other, as wave, yet the wave is self. The mind shows itself as thoughts, feelings, memories, and so on, as other, yet they're self, because they're not other than the mind. If you didn't have a mind, you wouldn't be having thoughts, feelings, and sensations. These are movement in the space of the mind. So, rather than trying to find the mind as something, though we do that sometimes with the 5 questions, having clarified for yourself the mind is unperceivable as an object, it is nonetheless presencing in the mode of experience, which is experience inseparable from itself. So that's what he's meaning. So how do we do that? Give up activity. Activity means I'm doing this. There is a subject mobilizing to produce an activity linking towards some object. By giving up activity, we just relax. Life is happening. Forms are happening. You're sitting with your eyes open on a coolish afternoon. All kinds of experience. Some experiences seem outside, some experiences seem inside. The nature of experience is that it shows and goes. Shows and goes. The wave, the ocean. The wave, the ocean. Wave after wave after wave. Each wave is the ocean, but because there are so many waves, you don't see the ocean. You see the ocean through the waves as the waves. The ocean itself doesn't show. In the same way, you're sitting, sounds, maybe an insect flying by, maybe a sensation in your back, sensation in your knees, some color, somebody scratches their head. There's all kinds of movements. Without grasping at any of them, this is yourself. Now, the next sentence is weird. Other people are you. Other people are your experience. They're not you. It's not some kind of colonial domination. But to be alive is to have senses. The objects of the senses, or the fueling that comes through your sense organs, is the other. This other is your experience. All that you experience is the other. When you have a pain in your back, it's not you, it's an internal other manifesting into a space. You might claim it as self, but it dissolves. Similarly, people move around you, they are your world. You don't have another world. You don't have a world just with you. If you had a world just with you, you would be screaming. It would be horrible. It's called solitary confinement. In some prisons, solitary confinement in the dark. Not nice. Not nice. Big, bad punishment. You have it in American prisons. Otherness is self. Self is otherness. Duality arises together. We talk of polarities and binaries in terms of the outer form, which is mutual exclusion. If you're a man, you're not a woman. If you're a lemon, you're not an orange. However, oranges and lemons are born together. Because if you know, oranges and apples are born together, but they're distant cousins. Oranges and lemons, well, in the same family, but different, Dad married, this is my half-sister. Sort of similar, but I'm the sweet one. Right? So that's how we see similarity and difference. But the orangeness of the orange is not a self-existing phenomena, because sweetness is established in relation to sourness or in relation to bitterness. So for the orange to be the orange, it needs the lemon or the lime to provide a contrary flavor. So the thisness of this is also embedded in a polarity in which the opposite pole is not actually other, but is a co-creator or part of the co-emergent of this form. So he's saying, in that sense, don't activate, don't be doing something. When the mind looks at itself, sometimes the mind looks subject, sometimes the mind looks object. Both are the mind. The people in this room would not be here for you if your mind was not here. They are here for you because your mind is here. They are experiences in your mind. These experiences in your mind seem to be object. The experiences in your mind as your own body might appear subject, might appear object. Don't come to conclusions, stay with the flow of experience. If desire arises, recognize this to be a Mara demon. Desire here means you want to get hold of it, you want to find out what it is, you want to make sense of it. That perverts the experience of what's going on. Because the desire turns the arising form into an object. So instead of it being a kind of shimmering situation, it becomes the object. So, say for example, I decide to learn the tango.
Wow.
Wow, exactly. Wow. So I am doing the tango with a person. That person is quite good at the tango. I am learning the tango. We are moving as one until I kick her, at which point she looks at me with a certain energy. And there is a disjunction. We were in some degree of harmonious syncopation, and now she said, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Because I lost the rhythm. No? So it's like that. But when you get into the formulation of something, the co-emergence is lost. Now, having kicked her, were she a fully enlightened Dakini, she would just keep dancing. But she is not. It's when the dancing stops that the separation into subject and object arises. Because if you're in it, it's the game that matters. It's the game that matters. You know, keeping a ball in the air. This boy, Lee, who was here, he was very good for showing this. He just said, I don't care who you are, pick up the racket and play. Just keep doing this. He was very good at showing people this is what you have to do. Keep it in the air. You don't have to be skillful, you don't have to do anything. Just don't keep spoiling it for me. Keep it in the air. Keep the dance going. Subject and object are moving, are moving, are moving. What stops the game is the judgment. The referee, somebody saying it's not right. So whenever you have a sense of, I can't do this, this is useless, this is stupid, I'm wasting my time, I'm not making any progress, or any of these harsh judgmental comments, they're just a new member of the team. They don't quite know how to do it. So don't interfere. Don't judge the judge. The judge will dissolve. The judge will dissolve. The key thing is, when it stops, it stops. It's a rising wave, gone. A rising, gone. There's no need to push away bad things, they go by themselves. You can't hang on to good things, they go by themselves. What are you doing? The desire to shape, define, decide, bring the conclusion, that's the real problem. The root of all thought is your mind, and as that does not exist, thoughts do not exist. So, one good way to hide money if you are a corrupt government is to set up non-existent factories. And then you can have a whole accountancy system. These factories don't produce anything at all. It's called a scam. But they exist in many countries. And so they're not generating profit. The money that is going from the government to subsidize them, that is itself what goes into the pocket of the politicians. If the factory doesn't exist, the products don't exist. That's fairly obvious. If your mind doesn't exist, the thoughts don't exist. They are there, but they don't exist. So just as for a phony factory like that, the products exist on paper, but there's nothing behind it. It's an illusion. It's a front. It's a money laundering process. So when the thoughts arise in your mind, they also similarly lack substance, they lack reality, but it is as if they exist because something's there. But the somethingness of the being there is illusory. So when we see that, why am I troubled by non-existent thoughts? If I apprehended, if I took hold of this thought, what would I get? Nothing. If I tried to protect myself against this unpleasant formation, would I be safer? No, there is no danger. So again and again and again, you have to see the illusory nature of what's occurring. If you see it, you might be able not to believe that it's illusory, but to see its illusoriness. But because you believe, this is normally what you would think of as a kind of unconscious belief. It's more like a taking it for granted. You take it for granted that what occurs in your mind is yours, and its patterning means something. So you're already being tilted and formed by the force field of your own delusive belief. So, not going under the power of that. It is self-liberating. It just goes. Nothing comes from nothing. Some of the nothings that come from nothing look red. Some of the nothings that come from nothing look blue. Some look like lemons. Some look like oranges. But they are essentially nothing. They are performatively or appearance-wise something. They are the appearance of nothing. When we see that, then if you stay with the link to the ground, they are self-liberating. But if you cut the link to the ground, they appear to be self-existing, and then you're in a dialogic interchange. This will only make sense if you sit with your mind. There's no other way to do it. Words, you would hear these explanations again and again and again, but you have to sit and watch. I get lost, I get lost, I get lost, I get lost. You see it again and again and again. I get lost. I must be doing something if I get lost. It can't be not my fault. It can't be the power of the object, though sometimes it feels like the power of the object. The thought catches you because you are catchable. So in that moment, your presence is not awareness, but it's an ego formation which is catchable and indeed yearns to be caught.
That's the point.
So it's the releasing of oneself from that formation, because there's nothing wrong with the formation of it, but it's a delusion. It's theatre, it's play. If you take it seriously, you get lost. It's just a weird idea. So in that sense, so much activity. You think of all the thoughts you have, all the plans you build up, the hopes, the disappointments, the mobilization of activity. If you realized this was a fantasy, this was something without inherent existence, you would have much more choice as to whether you mobilize or not. So let's just sit with our minds a little bit and just start relaxing in the out-breath. Okay. So maybe we need to look at the body a little bit, because that's often a major unhelpful reference point. If I'm sitting here, I feel a sensation between my bum and the seat I'm sitting on. This is a sensation, like the not very formed sensation we found when we're doing the Vipassana scanning. It seems obvious to me in the moment that this sensation is indicative of my existence. The whole of my existence is resting on a sensation in my bum. I exist. So that's a referential interpretation. It is undeniable there is sensation, but I'm reading that sensation as an indicator that here I am, this is me. And that often happens in the meditation. And so you already begin by a self-positioning in a place of solidity. And so you can do as many ahs and oohs and ohs as you're not stuck in this bloody place as yourself. So we need to try to get a sense of this is an interpretation. So you see something on the news in some wild country that there has been a democratic election, and they show some moments of people queuing up and putting a bit of paper in a box, and very good. And the counting of the results commenced at midnight. The result was announced at 1:15 midnight. 15 minutes to count 10 million votes. It's amazing. And funnily enough, the president has been re-elected.
Yeah.
These scams happen a lot. But when you see the picture, it's a free and fair election. You take that as a sign, this is a democratic country, people get to vote. It's not true, but these indicators are being used by many, many people to spread wrong interpretations. This is what we have with regard to the body. What I experience is sensation. Sensation indicates sensation. To use that as a reliable basis for the fact of my existence, that's a pretty long shot. Sensation says sensation. What do I experience? Sensation. What do I take myself to experience? I, me, myself. Here I am. Have you had that experience?
Yeah.
Quite common, I think. And this is so dangerous for us, because every time you sit to begin the practice, you find yourself, because of this feedback looping through proprioception and sensation, as self-confirming as an existent. I exist, I'm here, I'm going to do this. So I'm not just an existent, but I'm an agent. I have agency, I have directed willpower, I'm a doer, I am a maker. And that formation needs to be deconstructed if you're going to have the sense that what is arising is the natural radiance of the mind. Because it's not the natural radiance of the mind, it's me. And me seems a hell of a lot more important for me as ego than being the radiance of the mind. So you've got a predisposition towards substantiation, imputing a substantial existence on the basis of a misleading interpretation of signs. Does that make sense? That's why using pets sometimes is useful, because you can't think your way out of it. If you're thinking about it, thinking is linking. Thinking involves playing thoughts together in different patterns to try to construe or to weave a narrative of meaning. That's the very last thing we want to do, because that's already been happening automatically. This is me. This is me. But it's not me. This is sensation. So how to disconnect this habitual formation of self-identification? Well, that's why we began by doing the shamatha and then the vipassana, where you have the experience of seeing how the emergent, simple sensation becomes elaborated into being the sign of something, some inner pain, some inner stress, which can then carry more thoughts on top of it until you've got an elaborated diagnosis of what's wrong. That is a process, but it happens so quickly, and we're so used to taking it for granted that it's difficult to actually see it in its flow.
James, too.
Mm.
May I ask you a question?
Of course.
How did these yogis
Switch
and
it on.
How did these yogis and yoginis arrive at the conclusion that they will stop just being at home and meditating there? What I want to ask is, when is it okay to come to a conclusion that I should change something? That I should change something on an outer level? If I just sit and see that there's no substance to whatever I'm thinking, the sensation of my body is just a construction, etc., all that we've been talking about and hearing. But there are moments, at least this is what I experience, that there are not just the immediate decisions that have to be taken. Am I going to the toilet, or is there any need of help in the kitchen? But if I think of long-term decisions, I have to, in some manner, come to a conclusion. How do I do that? Knowing of these traces that are constituents of the ego. What shall I do? I mean, how do you come to the decision that I have to stop this work I'm doing? Do you know what I mean? How did they come to the decision I'm going to be a yogi? I'm not going to do what everybody expects from me. That's my question.
Well, the culture did expect that a certain percentage of the population would be yogis. In India, there's many beggars. If you were in Germany in the 13th century, the streets would be awash with begging friars and people on the way to pilgrimages and so on. There would have been a lot of people with poor shoes or no shoes going around asking for alms. There were rest houses for pilgrims and so on. You had a whole cultural milieu within which people would think, maybe I wouldn't want to do it, but they want to do it. They're searching for God, and then we'd say, here brother, I feed you, please pray for me, or when you get to Jerusalem, remember me. So there would be some kind of symbolic transaction going on. We're not in that world. That's part of our trouble. We're in an extremely strange materialistic world in which materialistic failure is only failure. You can't really imagine. I mean, even when you read about, the artist up in the attic painting away in the cold, or you go and see La Boheme. Of course, to go and see La Boheme cost you 100 quid, so it's not exactly like beggar's banquet. But the life of the poor artist in the garret shivering in the cold, that's not really what artists are doing nowadays. We're in a different world. We're in a different world where a kind of low-level bourgeois attitude seems to pervade everything. So it is then very difficult, because the culture probably won't support many of these ideas. But how can you know for yourself whether it's valid? We've been alive some years, participating in the world in various ways, doing occupations which formally would be regarded as good, ethical, socially positive. Then you look back over all the years of seeing people in your clinic. How many people have been profoundly helped? How many people have really changed? And you think, well, the stamp, the seal says good, but the actual process, the outcome, really, can I say that? What have I been doing? I've been trying with the resources available to me to help people with the particular structures of their interpretations and feelings, influenced by their childhood, socioeconomic status and so on, but the outcome maybe not so great. So doing more of that in the years remaining to me may not be so useful. What else could I do that would give me time to attend more to my own structure? And I could do it in a naked way, because if you're a healthcare professional, as a member of a professional body, in a sense you have to explain and justify what you do, maybe to a supervisor, or you get a yearly or 5-yearly accreditation process. So you're having to say, I'm proper, I'm valid, I'm kosher, I do the right things. Now the yogis didn't have that. They didn't have that. They're wandering around and people feed them or don't feed them. Sometimes it was easy, sometimes it wasn't easy. They had a niche in society, but it wasn't embedded in the same way that a profession would be. So if I stopped paying my annual fees to my professional body, even for 6 months, if I decide to start paying them again, I have to be completely reaccredited, which takes a lot of time, costs a lot of money. So better to stay in the wheel while it's turning. Because after 6 months, they say, well, we don't know you. I said, actually, I've been a member for 25 years, 30 years. I've been the chair of the training committee. You don't fucking know who I am. I trained you, you little shit. They say, no, we don't know you. You exist on paper, and your paper is invalid. So that's this kind of world we live in. And I think that's one of the reasons why fear hangs around. That actually people don't know your face. They don't recognize you. They recognize the bit of paper. So in terms of making decisions, partly it's, am I willing to be invisible? Because many kinds of occupation give you feedback loops that you're valuable and you're useful, and if you did something very different, people might not rate you anymore. They would hardly see you. You'd have fallen out of visibility, which from the point of view of yoga or this practice would be good, because you wouldn't get the confirmation that you are who you think you are, and that would help you stop thinking that you are who you think you are. But then there's a loss. Who would I be? So there's a kind of, I'm going to give up my passport as a German person, and I want to get a passport in Buddha land, but there's a kind of waiting period, and they say, well, we couldn't possibly consider your application until you've given up your German passport. Stop being someone, be no one, and perhaps the door will open. That's a tricky one, isn't it? You have to kind of, as the old saying is, you have to lose yourself to find yourself. And when people rely on you, partners, kids, friends, and so on, you get woven into it. So in the stories of many of the Tibetan yoginis, they're having to fight with the family, like the short biography of Machik Lantran, like with Sarah Kandro, like with Ayo Kandro. These were women who all, I can't remember now, Sarah Kandro got married, but certainly Machik Lantran got married against her wishes. And that happened to Ayo Kandro as well. The family pressure was so big, and she got constellated into this. This is who you are. We know who you are. You are who we say you are. And there was a hell of a struggle to get the power of self-definition. And it resulted in being very, very marginal. You know, with Sarah Kandro, she was from a wealthy Lhasa family in the center of Tibet. And she wasn't able to do what she wanted, so she ran away, and she joined this caravan that was moving to the east. And when she got there, the monk who'd been supporting her on the way said, "You're on your own now. This is a tribal culture. We're all linked by family, and you have no family and friend here. Good luck." That's quite something, and she had all kind of difficulties trying to find a little niche where she would have some kind of social value in a culture which didn't really respect women and made single young women somewhat sexual prey, as they would be in many cultures. So it is, I don't know that there is an easy way. We have our courage, we have our hopes, we have our desires, but we're also not daft. So, you know, keep the light on and think about, well, what are the variables? But we don't know the future. These are uncertain times. None of us know when we're going to die. So one question might be, if I don't do this, if I continue my life in its present form out of fear, will I have betrayed myself? So recently on the Zoom things, we did these 6 root verses of the Bardo, and in the last one it's talking about having received all these teachings about the mind and the process of death, now as I prepare for death, if I don't remember the words of my teacher, will I not have cheated myself? I got the teachings because I had some belief in them, but I have another frame of reference, which is all the social and cultural beliefs that I'm in. How do I choose? It is very tricky. It's very tricky. In the West, we haven't established easy pathways. There are very few nunneries or monasteries in the West. People have got to find their own way. It's often very lonely to be in Dharma. It's not that we're surrounded by a profoundly evangelical Christian culture. We're in a kind of desert of any moral values at all. So the kind of things that may be touching your heart, they're not singing in the wind. So I think it is hard. But if we have a sense of the tradition, if we see different people connected with the tradition, we see that this seems to bring some value and truth to their life, then maybe it's worth a shot. It's always, Dharma, Buddhist Dharma begins with refuge. You take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. You don't take refuge in your professional accrediting body. You don't take refuge in your partner. You don't take refuge in your children. You do your best for them. You try to collaborate with them, but they are not reliable. So what is reliable is your own mind. Then we look at ourselves like he's saying here. If you take refuge in your thoughts, what happens? You know. You don't have to lie to yourself anymore. You know that you fucked up lots of things in life. You got misled. You misunderstood what the deal was. You followed emotions and you crashed into a wall. That was because you were taking some aspects of your experience to be reliable, to be final, to be decisive, and they weren't. And they weren't. So we collaborate with the people in our lives, friends, lovers, whatever, children, but we don't rely on them. If your children provide the meaning of your life, after a while, they leave. And then the meaning of your life collapses, it implodes. When I wake up in the morning, what's the first thought? Get the kids to school. That depends on a particular age range, but what we were looking at first thing in the morning is relax and open. This is the space. Within this space, movement is coming and going, thoughts are coming and going, maintaining the openness of the space through every activity of the day. Space is fundamental. It's the stage of your existence. The play that is coming into manifestation on the stage will vary every day, although the cast may be somewhat similar. But the stage is there before the players. What is the stage? If the stage is fundamentally empty, the players are empty. It's a theatre of illusion. So that's what he's trying to help us to understand. It's not that people cheat us or that we cheat other people because we are bad and we're out to exploit them. It's because we're blind. We're blind. We don't see. How do we get to see? With difficulty. Because there's been a conflation, a running together, a merging of two aspects. One is seeing and the other is believing. Now in English we have a saying, seeing is believing. That's not true. Believing, imagining, imputing creates a miasma, a kind of early morning fog coming up from the swamp, and you don't see clearly. You think you see clearly. I exist. I feel the pressure of my back and my bum onto the seat, that's a sign I exist. I believe that. If you were to submit that to any kind of logical analysis, it would be false. Valid cognition. You see fire, there is fire. You see smoke, that's reasonable to have a bit of inductive reasoning. If there's smoke, there will be fire. If there is sensation in my bum, there is existence. Well, not necessarily. There is a receiver of the sensation, but is that myself? There is a flow of experience, and part of that flow of experience is a certain here-ness or solidity or matter-of-factness, just thisness. But does it mean I exist? That's probably a false imputation. It's putting something into the process that doesn't belong there. So if we take that out, it's a flow of experience. What does this sensation mean? Probably I should move, and probably I should lose some weight, because part of it is my weight is increasing the sensation. So that's a more realistic feedback than thinking I exist. It's how we interpret what's going on. Are we using the factors in the field, the phenomenological field, or are we introducing factors from elsewhere? Preformed beliefs, I exist. So that you look at the world for evidence of your continuous existence. And on that basis you tell yourself a lie. So, by meditating, whether there is recollection or not, the yogi examines her mind and thus it dissolves into its non-existence. So, while you're sitting, whether you have a recollection of the openness of the mind or not, something is arising and it's passing. When you examine your mind, this arising is this passing. This arising is this passing. When you see that this arising is dissolving, it's dissolving into its non-existence. Even when it was here, it didn't exist, but it appeared. So that's again a kind of conflation that we have. If it appears, it wouldn't appear unless it was something. Therefore, appearance equals existence. But he's saying no. Appearance is the appearance of emptiness. It is without referent. It's not referring to anything other than the fact that this is this. So that is what allows the self-liberation of experience. Once you're saying this refers to that, compare and contrast, you weave the pattern of narrative interpretation in which you exist in a world of real people. Then he says, as there is no desire to meditate, the result of Buddhahood is accomplished. You have a desire to meditate because you're dissatisfied with your situation. How could I make my life better? Who has the dissatisfaction? Of course, that dissatisfaction arises in the moment that your dissatisfaction or your frustration or your confusion arises. It's been brought to you. The postman is putting it through your letterbox. That's not my name. That's not my name. I don't need this dissatisfaction. There is dissatisfaction, but it's not my dissatisfaction. Interesting. I have sensations in my body, most people do. Are they your sensation, or do they become your sensation by an act of ownership? As some of us have discussed in the past, in most of the chronic pain clinics now, they teach a modified form of vipassana meditation, because the person comes in convinced that they have continuous tormenting pain and they can't stop it, and they've had all kind of medication and so on, but it's something to do with the spine. It's inoperable. The person is damned. They're going to have this pain till they die and nobody can help them. It's my pain and it's driving me crazy. And what you can help the person to see is, it is a fact that there is pain, but it's not necessarily your pain. And when that occurs, then there is release and relief. It's when the subject and object come together that you get the intensification of the identification. It's just this. So this is it has profound implications in many areas. The key thing is, you're not blanking the object, you're not dulling yourself or hiding. You're completely open to life as it is, with all its varieties. You can do whatever you do, enjoy whatever you enjoy, go on your mountain bike, sit in the pub till midnight, do whatever you like, but no one is doing it. These are moments of experience arising and passing in the space of the mind. It's not happening to anyone and no one's doing it. Of course, in legal terms, if you drive when you drink, you'll get in trouble. You were doing it, we saw you doing it, but we're not talking about that kind of scenario. So, just before we have a break, he says, the yogi is free of thoughts like a small child enjoying many flavors, like a bee in the garden. The bee comes into the garden and it goes from one flowering bush to another, to another, to another. It goes whichever way, presumably the scent in the air or the look of the flower, and it's going here and there. Like a small child wanders around, focused and distracted simultaneously, without a clear plan. Wandering from forest to forest like a lion, always wandering like the ever-changing wind. When you're on the train tracks of a career progression, you can't do that. I'm going somewhere. Where are you going? To a better place. I'm going for promotion. How will life be when you're promoted? Well, I'll be the manager, and then everyone will hate me, and I'll have more money, but I'll have to work on the weekends as well. Lots of people do it. Lots of people do it. Join Goldman Sachs and have an unhappy life. Looks good, tastes bad. What are we wanting? You've got this, you have experience, which is arising and passing. What kind of house do you need in order to continue experiencing experience? In India, you could live in a cave or make a straw hut. Here we can't do that. So you have to have some kind of dwelling, some kind of supply of food. The issue is, I'm working for a purpose. Oh, I have a vocation. That's a big hook. This is really meaningful, so I can't stop it. But if I'm very pragmatic, I'm working for a purpose. I earn enough to cover the basics. Now I'm free like a bee. I can move here and there. That's the structure of our life. When you die, you can't take your money with you. When you're successful, later people want to stab you in the back and cheat you. So he's saying, like the wind blowing hither and thither. Firstly, you are not reliable. You know you are not reliable. Why would you want to pretend that you're reliable? Peer pressure. Everyone else pretends they're reliable. Politicians pretend they're reliable. Don't they? Policemen pretend they're reliable. What is the rate of success in car theft in Germany? 80%? 60%? 50%? Probably quite a bit less. Police rates of successful outcome of cases tend to be very low because the juridical system, the system of justice, is bloody expensive. And there's never enough police, there's never enough time in the law courts, there's never enough social workers to investigate the claims made by the arrested person that they're poor, sad, need support from the state rather than punishment. Difficult. It's not. We're not in a rational world. What is it? Who's going to take care of us? Then he says, if you are heedful of the mind itself, this is the supreme conduct. So, in the Bible it says, what profiteth a man to gain the whole world if he loses his soul? It's exactly this. Same as said. You have all these kind of successes, you have all these kind of games, but it's not worth a bag of beans. It falls through your hand like sand on the beach. You can't hold on to these things. But if you have observed yourself, if you've come to be aware of your mind and you see how your mind functions, this is the true treasury, that your mind is radiant and bright and shining, the interface of wisdom and compassion. Then you can talk to people, you understand very quickly their situation, you can respond into it, you can be helpful and still remain peaceful and open. He says, yeah. If you lose yourself in the success of the world, you'll be very, very lost. You won't be free to move. So, going back to Dagmar's question, it's always the middle way. You don't want to go to an extreme. We need to have a balance, but to have time, not just time for practice, but time to wander, time for reverie, time to just move about. Like in 19th century Paris, the flaneur, wandering hither and thither, watching people in the cafes, just nothing to do. It's all here, nothing to do. If you have no time to be a spectator of the spectacle of life, that's probably because you're over engaged in the spectacle of life. You're pulled into these dramas and you feel enrolled, trapped into the necessity of maintaining the drama of your family, of your career, and so on. So it's like having a, whatever you call it, a work-life balance, or a work-life meditation, spiritual existence, awakening balance. Multifactorial.
What?
Hey, nice one, eh?
Sorry.
Interesting, because work-life balance has no space for spiritual life. It's not figured in any kind of engagement about how should you live. Life is not so serious. You can work very hard, help lots of people, and it's still not serious. What he's particularly concerned with these examples, the bee, the small child, the wind blowing, is don't be burdened. You can be very busy, you have many responsibilities, but don't be burdened by them. It's the burden that brings the solidification and the isolation. It's very sad and lonely to be burdened. You carrying this necessity of doing all these things. You get pulled into yourself, nobody cares about you. how are you going to relax from that? Very difficult to do any practice. Unburden, you wake in the morning into space, energy's moving in space, you're moving with the energy of the space, then life is more easy. Okay, let's have half an hour break. And when we come back, see if there's any questions about your own practice or how to develop your practice. We don't want to get too abstract. Okay. So, again, we start with the Guru Yoga. Okay. So, this is a short story about Mullah Nasruddin. One night, a friend of Mullah Nasruddin was walking through the back streets of Damascus, and he saw that there was a shaft of light coming out from a window and falling on the ground beneath, and there in the middle of it, on his hands and knees, was Mullah Nasruddin. And he said, "Mullah, my friend, what are you doing here?" He said, "I've lost my keys." I said, "Don't worry, I'll help you." So together, down on their hands and knees, they looked over every little centimeter of this patch of light, up and down, up and down. His friend said, "Mullah, have you been here a long time?" He said, "Yes." "And you didn't find them?" "No, we haven't found them also. I think they're not here." He said, "I know they're not here, but this is where the light is." So this is us in the meditation. We have the light of our familiar habitual constructs, and we stay in that light. All around is the darkness of awareness which has yet to find the dawn. This thought is bright. Come hither, sister. Come. You follow the thought, the feeling, the sensation. Bathed in the light, we stay in the dark. Okay, any questions or things you want to raise from all that we've done so far, particularly about practice? Yeah.
Hi. Oh, sorry. Some days ago, you told us grab your pillow, go outside, and watch the sky, and see what happens. And what came to me was the feeling that the confusion and the mental images and sounds and rumbling and everything kind of eased away easier than in the regular practice of open sitting. When watching amidst the big blue, seeing those wispy white things moving was, oh, so it's also moving. And this made it easier somehow. But in some sense, this is still looking at kind of a model. Because when we're doing it here, and we're looking at anything or at a house or however, it's always kind of random. So you aren't particularly looking or figuring anything out of it, except the facts and things that come to your head. But with this big blue and the white wispy things, it's kind of something saying, this is it, this is how it is. But somehow, and I know little about the tradition, these two meditations seem to be connected, but putting them this way seems that they are like structurally or fundamentally different. How is that?
Well, the space of the sky is both a fact and a metaphor. We use it a lot as a metaphor for thinking about the mind. The space of the sky, when it's very open and clear, has no end to its depth. So the gaze opens into the expanse of the sky further and further and further, and there's nothing to hold on to. This allows the mind to relax more because there is no object. If there is no object, the subject formation starts to dissolve. So that's the function of that practice. What we do here is to try to observe try to offer the space of appearance, the space for appearance, without getting lost. So they go in the same kind of direction, but they're not directly the same. But the practice of using the sky as a support is very important, because especially when you're entrained into cultural formations through your mobile phone, computers, having to respond quickly, an arising should be given some importance, in case it is indeed important. But when you look into the sky, you don't find anything. So there is no support for the aspect of the mind that wants to lean on something. So when you're sitting in your meditation practice, the aspect of your attention, which is permeated by the feeling tone of yourself, I'm here, this self needs support. The ego self is a construct and it needs to constantly be fed. So the ego self, which is a mode, it's a kind of feeling tone, reified quality of mental consciousness. It's seeking something which will, the finding of which will confirm its own existence. And so that's why we hook on to things. And in sitting practice, there's always something to hook on to if that's the turn. So when you rest your gaze into the open sky and there is nothing there to hold on to, then it's very good. The problem was on the afternoon when we get up, as you say, these white wispy things, the little fine clouds, are there in the blue and they hook the attention. Because you go into even a not very formulated dialogic mode. You're still in some kind of dialogue with them. Are they going fast? Are they going slow? Do they expand or whatever? There's always some property to hold on to. But if you just have the clear open sky, the infinite movement into them, the openness of the sky opens you out, which you don't generally find when you're just doing sitting practice. And the use of nature is very, very important in the therapy of ourselves, the healing of ourselves from the wound of believing in a self which doesn't exist. Because nature makes no demand on you. You go in the forest, you see many different kinds of trees. They don't require that you remember their names or anything about them. You walk across the grass, you're not required to know anything at all. You are irrelevant for nature. In the world, you're not irrelevant. People check you out in all kinds of ways. Are you friend or foe? Are you a local person? You're a stranger? Have you come here to help us or harm us? So people are trying to locate our functionality in any kind of situation. We have the capacity to impinge on other people's lives and do things to them or do things for them, but the tree is not going to do that. The tree's just there. If it starts to rain and you go under the tree's not happy to be of service to you. The tree's just a tree. So, when you look at the tree, you can start to taste the monomania of your own monologue, your self-intoxication. On your own, looking at the tree, you're telling the tree about the tree. I like you, you're a very beautiful tree. How amazing your branches are. You don't introduce yourself. You don't say, hello, I'm a visitor from Scotland. Nice to be passing by your very lovely oak tree. No, we just tell the tree, you are. And you say, wow, that's what I'm doing all the time. Naming, defining, placing, locating. I create the map of the world in order to stabilize my unstable self. So when you experience that, that's very helpful, because if you come back here and you get into a conversation with someone, you say, oh, I was in the forest, they have amazing trees there, and you start to tell them, then they tell you about other trees they've seen. Both of you are in your strange little stories about the world, about and about and about, and there's always something more to say. The other person supports you in the tedium of your discourse. I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, but it is tedious, because we're using the conversation to support ourselves in the construction of the edifice of ourself. The tree doesn't do that. And so when you tell the tree what it is, at a certain point you become aware, this is a bit of a one-way conversation. I'm not even drunk. It's not even 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm just blethering at the tree. And you stop. And then you see, oh, the tree that I don't describe to myself is not the same as the tree that I do describe to myself. The tree revealed through my interpretation is very different from the tree devoid of my interpretation. The tree as tree will empty you out in the way that the sky empties you out. And then we start to see, oh, this is the dynamism of subject and object that the texts are talking about all the time. It's a two-way street. And that's why people like Milarepa went and lived in caves. There was no one there to talk to. And he got bored with himself. So he wrote all these songs just to cheer himself up. And if you look at the content of his songs, they're to someone. He's singing about something to someone. So they're lovely songs, but that's a bit of a problem for his practice, because it's a reaffirmation of the need to manifest something. If we don't do that manifestation, then what we find is that there is a kind of emptiness in that situation. So nature, in any way, if there's a little stream, you sit by the stream and you watch the water going down. If you keep your attention on the water, it will gradually empty your mind. You have fewer thoughts, fewer feelings. If you use the the stream as a kind of sounding board, as a kind of echo chamber. It will beam your thoughts back to you, and you have kind of all sorts of thoughts about the river and remember previous rivers in your life. And so it's not for that. You're just paying attention to the movement of the water. You cannot catch the water. It's dissolving in front of your eyes. Each little ripple is there, not there, there, not there, there, not there. Nothing to hold on to. So that's can be very useful. So that way, human culture is human, made by humans, for humans, confirming to humans that they are human. Even these ghastly huge cement prisons in America, where people are locked up for life in cages, made for humans, by humans. The trees are not, they may be planted by humans, but they're not made for humans. And the outrageous difference in how they manifest helps to keep them beyond our conceptual appropriation. Yeah, trees are ungraspable. If you grasp a tree, you grasp your concept of the tree. You grasp what you think about the tree itself evades that grasp. And that's a release for us. Then we're free to see, oh, I am the grasper, and I will continue to try grasping even with the ungraspable. I'm crazy. I'm crazy. In the moment that you don't grasp the tree, the fool, no, I could never say fool, but the glorious aspects of the aesthetic potential of the tree are revealed to you. More beauty, more differentiation. The colors of the bark become more contrasted and defined and present for you. The world starts to sing in its beauty because you have found in yourself a space to receive the tree, and even the space in yourself is given to you by the tree because the tree has allowed you to be bored stupid by yourself. Any other thoughts or questions?
Jay, could I just make another question?
Yeah, okay.
You emphasize many times already that there is a feeling of urgency we have to develop. And just a few hours ago you mentioned the need to be, I don't remember if the word was relentless or stubborn, like you have to keep, there's effort somehow. But at the same time, these texts talk, well, they talk a lot about effortlessly.
Mm-hmm.
And effortlessly arising is a term that comes up a lot. There are situations in which I do the practice which seem like pretty okay in the sense of what's being brought in the teachings, and seems like this is it. And there are other times which it's really confusing, and the feeling, the illusory feeling of this is not it, it's stronger. And so it's kind of an obstacle to not develop a sense of this is wrong, which is, you talk about it all the time. But in the short term you say, well, if you're feeling that in one pathway, this is not wrong at all, why should it be edited or whatever? And in another pathway, you can just get up, do something else, relax a little and sit back. But you mentioned like, I think it was a Sangha, many years returning to the cave. There's the example of Milarepa who said, my bum is made of rocks because of so many times sitting. And in the long term, there seems to be a feeling of you have to effort a lot. You use this expression right now and sweating blood, for example. How is it that we can have this in our life? Because, I mean, even with this confusion and these different, many manifestations that come up as something that's not yet the point, this seems okay already. It's better than living a confused life in samsara. But how to maintain that and the feeling of the hair is on fire and there is something that should urgently be done without entering into duality with it, because it seems that it's a long, long way.
Well, the thought your hair is on fire and there's something to be done, that is a dualistic proposition. No, all of the thing, as Siya Lama would say, don't mix your food with your shit. You have many, many different yanas, many different styles of practice, and they all have their function. So the wake-up call, you're going to die and there's something to be done and you should do it now, that is one flavor or one bandwidth. If you like, that's a screwdriver. So that loosens some screws. That's a flat screwdriver. Then the thought that I seem to be absorbed in an idea of myself, a construct, but that seems to be obscuring the direct perception of my own mind. That's another encouragement to not be so intoxicated by what arises. That's like a little star screwdriver. So you unscrew that one. So you have many, many different screwdrivers, you have many, many screws. So you have to make effort, but not anxiously. Effortless effort. Who makes effort? I make effort. Oh, then it's going to be effortful. Who makes effort? The ground makes effort, then it's effortless. When the texts talk about effortlessness, they mean the experience of being the space within which the wind is blowing. You are the sky within which the wind blows and the clouds move. There's movement, but you are not an ego agent doing it. It becomes effortful when you are the doer of the deed. So, as long as you are the doer of the deed, you will have effort. And if you're not making effort, you will become lazy and distracted and not do very much. So how to put yourself in the way of the effortless completion of all effort. Now, that is the practice that we do. You sit, thoughts are arising. You didn't make the thoughts. The thoughts are effortlessly arising. The sensation is effortlessly arising. It is arising and coming to you. You jump into the thought and move it around. I like this, I don't like that. That's effortful. So, adopting and rejecting is effortful. The thoughts themselves are effortless. There is no thinker. We don't think our thoughts. We are the recipients of our thoughts. When you see, I am the recipient of my thought, I am not the doer. If I'm not the doer and it's doing it by itself, I can take early retirement. I don't need to be fantasizing that I am the doer. The ego is that deluded motif or imago or sensation that I am doing this.
But somehow, isn't that development in the sense that you're talking to me as an experience in which I'm not the doer of the effort?
You are the doer of the effort. You are the doer of the effort just now. You're doing it. Because you identify with doing it. You're not the doer of it when you don't identify with it. So the issue is to stop identifying with the action. The ego is a thief. The ego is born naked, has nothing, and steals its whole life.
When I try to read texts like in this book, I don't understand not much or nothing. If you explain it, it's okay. But there is this little text of Ayukandro, little bit more than 1 page. That is for me holy. it fills my heart, I'm very thankful. Is it enough to hold on this one little sheet of paper?
Yeah, because for sure Ayokandra knew these texts very, very well. For sure. For sure. She distilled it for you. Like a good mother, she opened the shells of the pistachio so that the sweet nut came directly to you. Any other thoughts, questions? Oh, there's some. Oh.
Okay, this is more kind of a beginner's question. What would you recommend to set up a regular meditation practice? For example, we now learn different meditation practices. Would you say Guru Yoga is the basis, and then the other ones from time to time? And secondly, how long would you recommend at last the meditation should be every day? Is there a time you can say, or it's just like I feel?
Well, the way you're formulating this is a little bit abstract and theoretical. If you start with your actual life, when you have cleaned your teeth and done all the other things in the toilet, and got your clothes on and got ready for work and come back from work and done whoever else is in the house with you, done all these activities, and you count what's left, how much time have you got?
Very little.
Yeah, so that's what you want to start with. I have very little time. So is that half an hour a day, an hour a day?
I think it should be 2 hours when the kids are in bed, from 9 to
okay.
1:30. But okay, then I have nothing else left, so yeah.
Yeah, let's say an hour. Let's say an hour. Are you most awake in the morning or in the evening?
It depends. Evening.
In the evening, okay. So, in the morning, as you wake up, relax in the out-breath, sense of the space, open space, and you're aware of furniture in the bedroom, whatever, if there's kids around or whatever, there's movement, and then you get up, and this is movement in space. If you have to do things for children, your body is moving, helping them get to school on time and so on. So your body is moving with their movement in space. The most important thing is to keep the sense, I am always moving in space. If I'm trapped in my own thoughts, I'm in this kind of echo chamber of remembrances and plans, past and future, past and future. So when you find that, relax in the out-breath, just for 30 seconds. Oh, big world, here I am. Now you're moving in the space. So these micro interruptions through the day are quite useful. Then when you come home, if you've got a quiet moment, you can do the Guru Yoga, sit for 10 minutes, then maybe do something else, then do another 10 minutes, do another 10 minutes, as is possible for you. The key thing is not to make a big disjunction between ordinary life and Buddhist practice or spiritual practice, but to find a way to position yourself in the flow of events so that you can see the actual thinness of what's arising around you. So if you live in a place you know well, the danger is that you take it for granted. You have assumptions about how the flat is, or how the garden is, if you have a garden, or how the street is, and it makes you blind. So, just relaxing into the out-breath, if you're going out the front door, relax just for 30 seconds, 15 seconds. Open the door. Oh, all of this, just for me, all of this. Oh. Rather than, here I go, in a hurry, got to do things. It's the encapsulation in self-concern, in self-reference, in being here before, in I have to. All of these spin this cocoon around you all day long. So it muffles the actual freshness of the world. Do you work in an office?
Most of the time, yes.
Yeah. So, if you're on a computer a lot, try whenever you can, get up, just look out the window, 30 seconds. Then you go and sit down. It makes hardly any interruption to your time, but it will make a great deal of interruptions to your energy system. Just, this is in space, the computer is in space, it's movement. My fingers are moving, I'm moving things around on the screen is in the room is in the office is in the town is in the space. Otherwise you are in the computer. And when you're in the computer, that's not so healthy. Because then you're bombarded and you have no space and there's deadlines and all the rest of it. So, if you're a wage slave, if you have to keep your job and placate your boss, you are entrained, you're pulled into certain positionings, and fighting against it just makes trouble or makes you angry and frustrated and irritated. I'm going to collaborate with the actual formation of my existence. It is like this, it is like this, how is this? Not what is this. If you ask yourself what is this, it can get very solid. But how is this? And then you see the dynamic movement of the factors that construct that system of economic endeavor.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other thoughts, things you want to raise?
Just to make sure I'm not getting trapped in language, when the texts speak of thoughts do not exist, this doesn't exist, and so on, I always kind of hear they don't exist as an independent entity.
That's right. Yeah.
It's not. It's just a short term for something actually quite complex in its meaning. Is it right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's essentially about ownership. If there is an object, it can be owned. So the objectification is actually a fragmentation in the field, the unbroken field of experience, and then an extraction of certain elements of the field which, as we looked before, become foreground, the rest goes into the background. Whatever is foreground seems more important or vital or alive. So when it's saying there are no thoughts, it means thoughts without you investing them with importance are completely part of the unborn manifesting. They have no substance, they're evanescent, they're ungraspable. The thought that you grasp is the thought that becomes graspable by the way you approach it. You give life to the thought by taking it seriously. You have many, many thoughts in the day. Most of them are just flitting by, like in a kind of daydream. You go for a walk and looking around, thoughts going through, oh yeah. And then a thought catches you, and you catch the thought. The solidification of the thought is done by the energy of your existence. So if you were thinking in psychoanalytic terms, you would say there is a libidinal cathexis. The energy of life is joined into the thought and merged into it so that it becomes significant. And in its significance, there is a dislocation. It's decontextualized and it seems then to be an entity. But that is the result of the quality of attention that we give to it. It hooks our attention, or rather, we give our attention to it, which makes it seem significant, so it then is empowered to hook us further, and you get a circular movement. But yeah, everything is unborn and unreal and ungraspable. So what is it that we grasp? We grasp the mental fabrications which our mind gives rise to. We grasp thoughts about a situation. About. It's always about. Without an object, you've got nothing to aim at. I could do this all day, but I wouldn't catch any air. But I catch my finger. If there's something there, you catch it. If there's nothing there, you just go through it. So, what is it I'm catching? I'm catching the objects which become real for me by my catching and have already in their trace potential been potentiated as important by my disposition. So, some people here are very interested in chocolate. You go into a shop, looking around, where do they keep the chocolate? I'm not so interested in chocolate. I'm more interested in red wine. So I'm thinking, oh, what's on the shelf there? That doesn't look very good. It's like that, isn't it? Village shops usually don't have great wine. That's what we're looking for. You're predisposed to see the object as significant. For somebody who's not interested in the object, it's not significant. It's pre-invested even before you meet it. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, that's it. Oh, yes. You've never seen the chocolate before, but oh, yes, I like chocolate. Oh, it's not the best, but anyway, I'll have some. So many things in the world are shimmering for us, and many are completely neutral, and we don't get them. That's why in terms of the 5 skandhas, the first is form, which is color and shape, and the second is sensation, feeling, which is positive, neutral, and negative. Some of the things in the world are positive in their impacting for us, and we have desire. Some are negative for us, and we have aversion, but a lot is neutral. We have no particular tendency towards them, and that's considered to be a kind of aspect of mental dullness. So, when the thought is not real, it's just kind of neutral. It's not bright neutral though. Bright neutral is the full flavour of whatever's arising without our involvement. So we have differential involvement, positive and negative, and then we've got a kind of uninvolvement or non-involvement, which is based on hardly being with. So in Dzogchen it's like being with everything equally. That's what they call meditation. One term for meditation is nyam jap. Nyam means equal. Jap is to abide or to stay or to keep. But it's not just keeping yourself neutral, kind of immobile. It's keeping everything equal. If the field is equal and my openness to the field is equal or even or with equanimity, without bias, then everything is equally vibrant. It is the luminosity of the ground. As soon as you start to shift that, so the things I like and the things I don't like are significant because they impinge, and the things that are neutral are insignificant because I'm not touched by them, then you've got peaks and valleys. and you have that differential attitude, and that becomes a kind of mobilizing energy.
I just want to ask you to talk a little bit more of that, because in the past you talked about you know, how to be, well, I'm interested to how to be present with what's arising without grasping, without doing, and that. And in the past you talked about that as a kind of intimacy and a closeness, and I just wonder, can one think of it as a quality of attentiveness or a quality of, I don't know, but
Okay.
does that make sense?
So, this is a very good place to practice seeing. There are many, many different kinds of leaves, even just in this grounds here. 20, 30 different kinds of leaves, incredibly strange. On the path coming down from the building, incredibly strange plants, long stalk, with little dried heads on them, as if they're basis for some science fiction movie. All kinds of amazing things. Wow. So if we see, the world is so surprising. Seeing with fresh eyes. Oh. When we have dull eyes, when we look with assumption, with knowledge, with selective attention, we contour the frame, we get into this topology of our own interest, and we fragment ourselves more inside of this interests me, and therefore it's important, this doesn't interest me, and therefore it's not important. But in each of the trees here, the bark, so interesting. We don't give attention to what's there because we take it for granted. We take it as just something. This is such a killing instinct. We kill off the vitality of the world. So you could approach that in all sorts of ways. You could approach it from the point of view of thinking, I want to paint this. And then you look at the shading of the bark and think, wow, this is difficult. This is difficult because the movements are so subtle. And then you look at the palette and you have to really look at the paints. You're trying to mix the paint and get the correspondence of the color. Oh, so that's forcing you to look and look again. And that's where the vitality comes.
So that speaks to me of diversity, notice, curiosity, diversity and all that, but at the same time it's equanimity, you know.
Yeah.
So it's, and that's, everything is equal and everything is unique.
It's really about the eye. I think I mentioned in the past, in the National Gallery in London, they had they'd done some tracking of the gaze as people were looking at paintings. And they tracked the gaze of people who had no experience with paintings, people who had a little bit, and people who were professional painters. And they just got them to look at the same paintings. There were about 3 paintings. And most people look at this, about 10 moves of the eye. In the professional painter, there's 400 or 500 moves of the eye, because they're fascinated. They're following that one, and then suddenly there's the red and the blue. What is this? And then the eye is going all around. So they're aware that there's a lot in this painting, but you won't receive it unless you give yourself. If you give yourself to the painting, she will give herself to you. But you have to be available first, which will be the same with the trees and the same with all of the formation and the same with ourselves. If you give yourself to the open awareness without prejudice, without bias, without a shopping list, so much more is revealed, and it's on the point, it's balanced, there is equanimity in it, because you're not looking for something special. You've moved from dualistic looking to non-dual seeing, and it's a huge difference.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Regarding the thoughts, it feels this the freshness of what is occurring. You cannot repeat it. It's not possible to repeat a feeling or something like this. But a thought seems to be easily to repeat. You can have the same thought again, again, and again. So for me, there's one of these things that thoughts are hooking us because we seem to have control about them, because therefore we have a kind of power over the thought, but we don't have power over the rest of all those. Therefore, for me also, when I kind of deal with thoughts, there's also a notion of giving up power, of saying, hey, it's not about power, it's, you really have to say, I'm not in control of anything. So, but thoughts seem easily to be controlled. Therefore, for me, they have a kind of
This is my pen. It's not the first time I've had it in my hand. But it's always different. So I think about going to London. Maybe I had a previous thought about going to London. You could say in formal terms, grammatical terms, the semantic structure of the thought is pretty much identical to that before. If I've got my scissors and I cut around that thought and pin it, the thought, but that's not how I live. The thought is in the context. So if the thought is arising now, this thought has never happened before, although in formal terms it may be seemingly identical. If I picked up the pen now, there is the shading of the light coming in through the plastic screening, there's the tension in my hand, in fact I'm a bit tired now, so I'm holding it not as clearly as I might in the morning. I'm holding it for demonstration purposes. That's very different if I'm actually going to write something. So there's the hand, the pen, and the context. And what happens is when the pen becomes figural, the context recedes. When the thought becomes figural, the actual lived my life where that thought's coming, it's as if it's not there. Oh, it's the same thought. Christ, I can't stop thinking about this. Maybe I'm becoming obsessive. I don't know. But the thought context together, the undivided field, that's always fresh. Oh.
I'm referring to the last text
Could you speak a wee bit louder, please?
Hello.
Perfect.
I'm referring to the last text we went through.
Yeah.
And there's a small passage.
Which page is that?
And side 40.
40. Okay, yes. Good.
It's the chapter or the Absatz, verdammt, was heißt das? The paragraph, the fourth paragraph.
Okay.
And it starts with distracted waiting.
Yeah.
And sometimes I have something like this, and should not be discarded intentionally.
Yeah.
When encountered, if recognized as your mind, it is your path deity.
Yeah.
And I'm not too familiar with the notion of path deity, and would ask you for elaborating where the connection from the path deity to distracted wavering is.
So path deity means a deity that you use as your personal path. on your path to awakening. So, for example, you might feel a desire to do practice with Tara or with Padmasambhava, and you get the necessary connection with the practice, and you learn to do it, and you do it every day, and so they become a vehicle on your path to enlightenment. They are your friend on the path. In Tibetan they're called Yidam, or in Sanskrit Ishta Devta, like a personal deity. So what he's using it here really as a symbol of utility, that something that you might normally feel you should discard, this distracted feeling, this is an obstacle to the path. He's saying that if you recognize this as the movement of your own mind, then the content of your mind brings you to your mind. The content of my mind is not in your mind, it's in my mind. So if I'm aware of the content of my mind, even if it's a pretty messy kind of content, even if it's I'm lazy and stupid and dreaming and this and that, in the moment when I think, wow, I'm present with this kind of inner television or this inner movie, all of this is coming in the space of the mind. Object and subject are, in a sense, as one, self-arising, self-dissolving experience. This recognition or this non-divisive presence brings me home. I'm here. So in that sense, what you would normally throw away, I can't stop thinking about this person, I was in love with them, it went wrong, I'm so heartbroken, all kind of stuff like that. If you see this, if you merge into it and it carries you here, there, everywhere, you'll get completely lost. If you observe, if you just slightly, oh God, I'm tired of this, so you can't stop it, but it's as if there's a little gap, you can put a little wedge in, a bit of leeway. Oh, this is arising and passing. It's so tempting to hook into it, to merge into it, because it feels like me. It's not that it's happening to me, at me. It's not that I'm going into it as me, but it's with me. So I'm now on the middle point in which presence and appearance are intimately together but not identical. Just as the reflection is in the mirror, but it's not the whole truth of the mirror. So I have these ghastly feelings, self-pity and so on, which we would normally think of as pretty low level, and they're dissolving. And as they're dissolving, like these fine white wispy clouds dissolving into the sky, you're looking at the cloud and it's thinning and thinning and thinning. Oh, the cloud which is obscuring, has taken you home. So that's what it's meaning.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, stage 2. Sleepiness. No, it's not in the text, but I guess maybe it should be a good idea to deal with sleepiness in the same way. Is it possible? Or sleepiness can be quite difficult.
If you're very, very sleepy, it's probably, well, for this style of practice, because it's non-heroic, we don't want to be struggling. So if that sinking, heavy feeling is there, probably better take a break, splash some cold water, run up and down. It's artificial, it's a contrived intervention, but if the two options are fall asleep or struggle, neither is great, so you're better to get out of it. What helps then is do the Guru Yoga every night as you're falling asleep. So you're lying in bed, you're ready to fall asleep. If you can, prop your back against the wall, just do the 3R, and then you're there, and then gradually fall asleep. And then you can snuggle under the duvet. But in that moment, you're just aware. So you're bringing open awareness as close to the point of oblivion as possible. And the more you do that, the more you start to be able to sit with the tiredness. That the tiredness is an arising form within the space of awareness. Tiredness is like a mood, I think. A feeling comes, you get whacked by it, a sudden feeling, or a thought, or a sensation. There's a kind of, as it were, shaping or shape of the impact when you there's something like that. But sleepiness is more pervasive, like sadness or a kind of melancholy. Doesn't seem to have a beginning or an end. And when you get very sleepy, especially, you watch small children getting sleepy and they're struggling because they want to stay awake and they just woo. And it's like that, isn't it? You kind of dissolving. It's not very useful to struggle against it. But if you can catch the wave before then, what is happening is that object power is going down, and so the subject has nothing to hold on to. Yeah? So that's why, all these warnings on the motorway, take a rest if you're tired, because if somebody's driving and they're seemingly focusing on the road, at a certain point they're losing the road, and really bad accidents can happen at that time. So ordinary consciousness is mental consciousness operating through the sense consciousnesses in touch with the object and making adaptations. So when you're driving, eye consciousness, ear consciousness, you're aware of sensation, holding the steering wheel and so on, and there's a kind of relatedness happening at that moment. But if you start to get very sleepy, you will lose the road, you'll lose the car, and you're just gone. So when we know what that's like, then we say, oh, the bond between subject and object is dissolving. So I need to do more practice when they are here, and I hold subject and object together. Because what they are actually is an energetic pair. They're like Siamese twins. Born together, bonded together. They're not, although we talk of subject and object, it's subject-object. So self and other come together. Self and environment always together. And we use such crazy language. Like, I went for a walk in the country. Well, of course you're always walking somewhere. But it's sort of a surprise. Oh, I just chose to go in the country. And if you didn't choose to go in the country, where would you be? I'd be in my house. If you weren't in your house, where would you be? I'd be in the garden. I'd be in the shops. I'd be there. I'd be here. You're always somewhere. There is never you. There's always you and. And so falling asleep is the collapsing of you and. As the other collapses, you collapse. So that's very interesting to observe. And then you can do these inquiries in the other direction when something becomes bright for you, really important, and you brighten up. Oh, maybe you're at home and the phone rings, it's someone you wanted to speak to, and you hear their voice, and oh, okay, wow, subject is beaming forth, shining with this object. And then we say, oh, subject is always called into play by object. They're born together. And they're born together as energetic formations. They have no truth, no reality. They are empty appearances, but they have impact if you don't take care of it. the ground awareness is not the same. The ground awareness is the open illumination of the field within which these patterns are moving.
Thanks, that was great.
Okay. Let's leave it there for the day. We've had a lot of this, that and the other. Now we have a bit of fresh air.
Thank you.
So tomorrow morning we have again, no.
No, we ended with this.
Oh, okay. It's over.
It's over.
Only breakfast.
Yeah.